Day 5 of the European Championship here in Vilamoura in the south of Portugal. Hi, my name's Andy Rice, but I want to ask you, Chris Muesler, do you think that those young Italians, Ugolini and Jubilee, can hold on to the lead in the Nacra 17?
Absolutely. I mean, we talked to them yesterday. Maria said, you know, what this proves to us is that we can do it. You know, we're beating the reigning gold medalist and world champion. We're staying on top of the fleet. They're not shaken at all. You know how some people, you know, we talked to the Italian FX team, they seemed really relaxed and they were focused on their qualification, but they, you know, they faltered with a 20th. That was their first race out of the top 6. You know, yesterday. But for Ugolini and Jubilee, they're relaxed. Both of their sets of parents are here from Rome. So, you know, I don't see any difference. You know, it's the same kind of weather patterns that we're having this week. You know, light air with a little bit of sea breeze coming in, lots of waiting. They seem to be handling that really well.
Yes, it has been a waiting game this week, but at least behind us we see the 49er bronze and silver fleets going out for some racing. That bodes well, hopefully, for the gold fleets getting racing this afternoon. We're going to be focusing on the Nacra 17 for the live stream, but there are also the FX and 49er competitions going on, and we had a change of lead yesterday. Now we see the Norwegians, Nathan Ronigan, up into first place. So that's looking good for them and their national selection, because this is an important one for them to get to the games next year, isn't it?
Absolutely. There are 2 Norwegian teams tied on points for their national selection. So the country's already qualified. They qualified at The Hague this summer, but they're clearly ahead of their compatriots who are down in the teens right now. But Helena and Marie, they're sailing so well. They're really relaxed. I think we mentioned in the press releases that they have not a change in coaching, but a addition to their coaching staff that's had a different inputs, is what she said, and they're sailing really well. They moved into the lead ahead of the Italians, but the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi, they are leading the charge for qualification, country qualification for that one spot in the FX.
Yes, they are, and I mean, I'm sure they would love to win the European title, but the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi, have said that priority number 1 for them is to make sure that they grab that spot, which they missed at The Hague at the World Championships, and now they must be wondering, how did they miss that? Because they are absolutely knocking it out of the park. Okay, they had a bad day yesterday with a 19th and a 20th in a 24 boat fleet, but they're still in second overall. So I mean, that goes to show what a great week they've had overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, just like what Maria Jubilee said, you know, in the Nacra fleet, you know, anytime you have like a string of really good results, even if you have a bad race, you still, it's like a reservoir of confidence that they have. And you know, some people can fall to pieces, but you know, that really doesn't happen at this level with these fleets, especially when we're into the gold fleet. You know, these teams have had their moments in the silver fleet where they fell apart and didn't make the gold fleet, but they're beyond that. That's what the gold fleet is all about. So when you see someone who gets like a 20th after a string of top 5s, you know, you expect them to come back.
Yeah, it's a really good point about that reservoir of confidence. Now, that was pretty much drained dry for the Austrians, Bildstein and Husserl. I mean, it's pretty much what one of their coaches said to me the other day. They've had such a bad season. They begun to second-guess themselves because they had a boat speed problem that led to a confidence problem. Well, they seem to have sorted out the boat speed problem. Okay, it's very light wind, so it's very specific conditions. But Bildstein and Husserl, pretty average day yesterday, but it was still good enough to keep them in the lead overall, just ahead of those Kiwis, the Kiwis that got a race win yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, there are 3 people we've really been talking about in the 49er. So we got Bildstein and Husserl just keeping those like nice average scores, and don't leave the Dutch out of this conversation either. But they had a really just nice stable regatta, but they were being very hard on themselves. And then you have the French. The French, you know, they had 2 excellent races yesterday, maybe like a on the water, like a 4 and a 1 or something.
It was a 3 and a 1.
A 3 and a 1, and then they had some points deducted for a little problem where they had some tape on the leech of their jib that wasn't supposed to be there, so they deducted points. That's where you're going to see like a decimal point in the French scores, and you'll see that when there's like small resolutions to measurement issues. But really, I mean, Bildstein and Husserl, when we talked about that reservoir of confidence, sometimes that gets depleted and filled back up in a given race. Sometimes it gets depleted and filled up over the course of a couple weeks leading up to a regatta. And what we saw with Bildstein and Husserl is that's been depleted, but they've brought that back worked up to this regatta, and then I saw yesterday when they were moved into first place, they're actually disappointed with their day. So they must have left something on the table, during the day or during a race that they need to work on, and that's really the level that we're seeing here, not just in the top 10, but in the whole gold fleet in both the FX and the 49er.
Meanwhile, that battle for Olympic selection in the 49er, it was the Belgians, Lefebvre and Hernick, that were in the box seat there, but they had a terrible day yesterday, and instead it was the guys from Ireland, Waddilove and Dixon, who had a fantastic day to move up into the lead of that competition to grab the Olympic spot. So that's a feather in their cap for the Irish.
Absolutely, and the Irish team has put an awful lot into this regatta. There's like some teams here that are just kind of on their own, right? And the Irish, they're a very small team, but they're a very strong team, and I think this team has shown moments of brilliance that you talked about yesterday in the live stream, but they have a lot of support. They have physio support. They have multiple coaches. There's an Irish journalist here covering them. So, I don't think for a team like that who knows what they're capable of, we saw them on stepping up and fully sending it at that World Championships in 2021. They know what they're capable of, and when they have that support around them, it seems like that's strengthening them. So some people can make you nervous. I think that Irish team is just taking it on.
Well, I hope you join in and watch Chris and me cover the live stream for the Nacra 17 later on. It's going to be a matter of finding out if those young Italians can hold on to the lead, and if Havel and Frank from Austria, they're in the box seat for that Olympic spot. So there's a couple of battles to watch out for. We're going to have a lot of fun later on this afternoon. Look forward to you joining us then.
You. Okay.
Eles acho que vão começar com o meu plano. Acho que vão começar com esta capa.
Good afternoon and welcome to Vilamoura in the south of Portugal. Can you believe this is the Atlantic Ocean? It's so flat, but at least there is a little bit of wind for the Nacra 17s to get racing very shortly. Hi, I'm Andy Rice and I'm with Chris Musler, and I'm going to ask you, Chris, do you think that Ugolini and Jubilee can continue to hold their lead at the front of the fleet, those young Italians?
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the European Championships. And yeah, you know, we've been talking a lot about them, and they're still there. You know, we talked to Maria last night. We talked about that on our live intro earlier this morning. And they are stoked. They are not intimidated. They're ready to go. Their training partners are Tita and Banti, who moved up to second yesterday, so you can never, ever count them out. But they're not intimidated by that. That's their training partners. They know the routine. They've been second at 2 World Championships. They were 6th, I think, in the last one. But they are confident.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Tita and Banti, as you say, the reigning Olympic and world champions, the other Italians, have closed the gap a little bit. They got a 6th and a 1st yesterday, although it wasn't that much worse for the other Italians, Ugolini and Jubilee, who got they got a first and a 4th yesterday, Tita and Banti, and Ugolini and Jubilee at 6 and a 2. So there are the overall standings. There's a 6-point gap at the top between the two Italian teams. Gibson and Burnett from Great Britain, not such a great day yesterday. They scored a 14th. That dropped them down to 3rd place, and Paukolov and Alisa Stulema in 4th for Germany. We got 3 minutes 30 to go. This could be another moving day, couldn't it, Chris?
Absolutely, and I thought that was just so cool to see 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. That was the order of the finishes in the Olympics. So gold medal Italy, silver to GBR, and bronze to Germany.
Yes, exactly. So, yes, 2, 3, and 4 exactly matched against the last Tokyo Games. But the interlopers, Ugolini and Jubilee, the younger crew, showing that they have the measure of anybody in this fight right now. And as Maria said to me just yesterday, this is a really important regatta for them to show the Italian selectors that there is still a selection battle going on, that it shouldn't just be gifted to Tita and Banti just because the reigning Olympic champions won the gold medal 3 years ago in, just 2 years ago in Tokyo, that they should be gifted that selection for Paris 2024. They want to show that they are every bit as worthy of representing Italy at Paris 2024.
Yeah, absolutely. And the New Zealanders, here we are coming up on 2:20. So we're getting down to the business end of the start of this race. There is no gold fleet for the Nacras, so this is normal fleet racing all the way up until one fleet race left tomorrow morning, and then on to the medal race.
Yeah, okay, so the medal race all about that final 10, but for the moment we have 38 teams competing in this, and it's the other battle to think about is who's going to get that one Olympic spot available to European teams that haven't yet claimed a berth for Paris 2024. If you missed out on the opportunity to get a place at the Worlds a couple of months ago in The Hague, the Netherlands, then there is just one spot up for grabs, and currently in 5th place it's the Austrians Lukas Habel and Tanja Frank who are sitting in that position.
Yeah, and Tanya is a medalist in the first ever Nacra Olympics in 2016. And then she went into a FX campaign right after that, and now back into the Nacra. So she's a really experienced campaigner, and it's great to see that team, being strong, just hanging in there, waiting for their moment.
Yeah, it seems like having had a go at steering a Nacra 17, steering a 49er FX Skiff, she's now gone back to what she knows best, and it seems like it's working well for them. So it's a minute to go, and look how busy it is at the committee boat end. That suggests that they really want the right-hand side, because 6 into 3 doesn't go. There's only 3 spots on that line for about 6 boats at this committee boat end, and there's some even on the left-hand side. One of the French teams that's quite a long way back, looking for that gap to open up at the last minute, but it looks a little bit desperate for some of them, still trying to find a place on the line.
There's no room at the end here as we get down to within 30 seconds. The port tack start is a big deal because tacks are so slow with the Nacras, especially when they're foiling. There's a big delta in the speed.
So 24 seconds to go, and you can see Great Britain there. I don't know if it's the Great Britain 21, Gimpson and Burnett that we're looking at there. I don't think it is. There's another British team out there, so I think it looks like most of the front runners are towards the right hand end of the line. 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and off the Nacras go. We've got about 4 starting on port tack, looking to get straight out behind the fleet and out to the right hand side, and we saw one of the 49er men's races won by doing that just yesterday, so that's a valid way to start these races.
And here we go. We got Johnson and the Swedish pair coming off the pin end of the line. Hanna, Emil's crew, Hanna, had an injury recently, so he has a different crew now. They were just able to make it up over the pin, and right now it's just windward hull up, non-foiling, but maybe that's because people don't have their bow free. If anyone's going to foil, it's the Swedish team right here at the pin. And we saw them measuring a spare set of rudders this morning, but they're going plenty fast, and just look for them to get the boat flatter and then get up on the foils if there's enough wind for it. But right now, Emil is sitting in, so it must be really light right now.
Great start for the Swedes, not having such a good regatta by their high standards. So this looks like this could be a little bit more what they would be hoping for so far. It is very early days, of course, and they just got, I thought they were going for attack there, but no, it's just a lull.
And then got Gimpson and Burnett were kind of the pair 2/3 of the way down the line with their bow free. I think that's an excellent place to be in because you kind of get to hedge your bets a little bit. Your bow free. None of these boats can tack and cross anyone. There's a lot of it. Costs a lot to tack in the Nacra 17. The boats slow down, and right now we can just tell that by the fact that with the Swedish boat and the other teams, the British pair of Gimpson and Burnett both have their bow free. They can go anywhere they want, and they're still not able to go down fast enough to get up on foil. So right now, this is just one hull in the water.
Someone is pretty well poked out there, sort of a third away along. I think maybe that's one of the Swiss teams, Aschieri and Camuso. I don't know if that's who it is. That's not one of the front runners, but it looks like whoever that is has had an absolutely amazing start.
Yeah, that's Kerpe and Keskinen way up there, I think. Yeah, you can see them right.
And then this team here, I don't know. I don't think
that was Gimpson and Burnett.
Are you sure about that? Yeah, maybe it is. Well, they look very well poked out.
And then we're coming up on Kerpe and Keskinen right there. So they're kind of poked right now with the Belgian team right above them. We're just flying right by the fleet right now. So now we're just running down the fleet to see now the rest of the fleet. A third of the fleet is tacked over on the port. And we're going to probably see a couple more boats start to head that way as the breeze kind of shifts a little bit. But
so
right now, you'll see the body position of the sailors really starting to get really far forward. The further forward you see these sailors, that's why they have grip tape. You can see a little bit of white grip tape up along the edge of the leeward bow here on the Swedish team. The further forward they go, the lighter it is. It's just to keep the back of the boat from dragging. The foils are not doing a ton right now. They probably have them keeping pretty straight, actually pretty low lift, just to keep it low drag.
Emil Yarud on the helm. He's also managed to get onto the trapeze, just looking around to see what breeze is coming down, and breeze looks pretty nice. It looks like it's actually on the build. We've got about 22, 23 degrees of air temperature here in November in south of Portugal. Swedes go into attack. Clara Johnson goes round the front of the mast, keep the bows down, and Yarud goes underneath the boom, and now's the moment of truth. Are they in a position to cross? It looks like they're going to have to take quite a few transoms.
Yeah, and a little note on Chiara, she came out of the FX to replace Hannah, so she's really learning a lot. This is her first ever Nacra 17 regatta.
So we've got a couple of newcomers. We got Alois return as the Olympic bronze medalist in the 470, having her first ever go in a Nacra as well, racing with the more experienced helmsman Tim Morniak.
We're just trying to get a read on who we're looking at here. Stand by.
I'm taking a punt. I wonder if it's Belgium, but I don't know for sure.
Well, looking up the course, Belgium is showing in first place De Jong and Van Roos.
It's Poland 386.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, but right now the tracker is showing kind of the jumping around, but between two Belgian boats and the Danish team, and they're kind of running around the left side of the course right now. So when we look, let's keep watching this for a second so we can find out where we are in the course, tacking on the port.
This
with the
is
Polish team.
Alexander Mikowski and Karolina Zurek, who have just tacked. And
Yep, so this is the furthest left boat on the course. The rest of the race is in front of them and way to the right. So right now, even though the leaderboard is showing that the kind of middle left of the pack, the French boat, Proust and Clavon, are in the lead, this isn't showing us the reality of what's really happening here. So the race is really happening to the right of this boat.
And these guys on the Polish boat, Mikowski and Zurek, they're pretty much at the back of the standing, so they are fairly far back in this race as well. There's one of the Belgian boats, Belgian 340. That's Gleisens and Ravelingen. Looking like they're going to be able to get across a couple of boats. It looks like the shift on this side might not be too bad.
Yeah, we are still way on the extreme left-hand side of the course, but they are coming into this weather mark pretty quickly. Right now, this pack to the left, if you look just to the right of the boat in the middle of your screen, those two boats right there are definitely in the top 5 of the fleet. So look for this group to kind of be the leading group, and we'll see if just that one little pack of boats kind of coming out from the middle of the course can get these guys. You saw GBR. That was
yeah, I'm not sure which GBR that is, but I don't think it's Gibson and Burnett. Meanwhile, on the far side, the Billy Besson, Noah Ancion were one of the boats that started on port tack and really wanted the right-hand side, and we know that worked well for the French 49er yesterday. That was one way of winning the race yesterday. So I wonder if the French as a group have had a conversation. We're just looking at Tita and Banti, the reigning Olympic and world champions. Katerina Banti throwing out onto the trapeze to help tack the boat through, and look how dynamic that tack is. It's a roll tack with a catamaran, and the reason for doing that is it gives you that extra bit of boost out of the tack, and when you're in those marginal crossing situations on a port starboard tack, that could be the difference between crossing cleanly or having to duck transoms.
Absolutely. Coming out of the middle left-hand out of the course, but to the right of this whole group are Gibson and Burnett on port. But you'll see the Italians here. Their bow is free. They're already going faster than any of the boats around them. So they're a little bit above ley line, which is what it looks like. And they're hoping that going just a little extra bit off to the left-hand side, putting their bow down, heading a little bit lower, they'll be able to gain a lot more by going faster and lower and net gaining all the way to that weather mark. So we'll see if they can catch up on that pack that's just to the right of them, that's being led by Gibson and Burnett, who are coming right into the course axis. So dead downwind of the weather mark are Gibson and Burnett.
Yes, and Gibson and Burnett looks like they've played a pretty good first upwind leg here. They're definitely in the hunt somewhere near the front of the ladder rungs as they get towards the top windward mark for the first time round. And Besson and Ancillon from France, the people that started on Port Tac and sailed away from the pack out of the start line, it looks like that right-hand side might have worked quite well for them as well.
Yeah, and the Belgian pair that we've been watching here, they're kind of in the probably the bottom of the top 10, just to give you a feel for where this group is. But anything can change at the top of these beats, Andy, like we saw yesterday with the 49ers. Once you get to the top third of the beat, and this like we said, the point is flat pretty much right now, so there's probably like 15 boats that if there's a little small change, 7 will come out on top of them from the right, or 7 will come out on top from the left. And then amongst this group, one small little mistake from that Belgian boat, and all the 5 or 6 boats around them will pass them. Here we go, Tita and Bantu. This is a great view. Look at the speed difference. I know they're a little closer to the camera, but they're definitely going just about a knot or so faster than the boats to lure to them. So they show that they can really have some speed even when they're not foiling, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, they've got speed in all conditions, and just because they're so fast in foiling conditions, it's easy to think they're not very fast in the lighter displacement sailing conditions. It's just that they're not slow. They're just not significantly faster than anybody else. But look at the boats on the far side. There is Gibson and Burnett furthest left in our picture. Looks like Gibson and Burnett have quite a jump on the fleet right now. So Gibson and Burnett leading, Besson and Ancillon from France, and France got 3 good teams up there right now. Besson and Ancillon, Chabot and Rigaud, and Billy and Chauvin. So French, I don't know what they had in their breakfast this morning, but it's working well for them.
Yeah, absolutely. But what we're seeing on the race course here is there's got to be a lot of boat speed, to sail. You sail tactically and strategically. Strategically is going where you think the best breeze and the shifts are, and where you're on the course. Tactically is how you manage that in relative to the other boats on the course. So there are times where you're going up closer to the wind but slower to be tactically strong or even strategically strong. But there are times here where sometimes you just have to put the bow down to get outside of a group of boats, to get just a little bit poked out. So here we are.
If you're at the front, then the tactics really become less important. They say that boat speed makes you a tactical genius. Well, so does being ahead of everybody else, because you can just think about which side of the course you want to go to. Right now, Gibson and Burnett.
So what are they trying to do here, Andy? You see John leaning in right towards the boom. You think they're just a little tight on that ley line?
I think that's what it was. I think they just were pushing up a little bit higher just to be sure they could get round without having to do a double tack. And Anna Burnett already getting that blue Jenica up and set, and they barely left the windward mark in their wake, and they're already up and running. There's also the spacer mark that they've got to get past. And Besson and Ancillon are the next boat coming up. So the French team, Besson, 4-time world champion in the very early days of the Nacra, not had such a good run of it in recent months, but this is a good race for Besson and Ancillon from France going round in second. And then Chabot and Rigaud also from France, and Martineau and Bertin from France. So many French boats going round. They're looking very, very strong indeed. Trying to work out what team that was we were looking at just then. Here's one of the Australian teams going round. That's Liddell and Copeland going round in 6th place, followed by Kenar and Kanakski from Turkey.
So as we watch this group kind of roll around the top mark, it's getting super crowded. The one thing that we know with these French teams, you see a team going by right here, is one of their strongest teams was Quentin Delapierre and Mano Audney, who moved on to do Sail GP for the French team, and then Orient Express. Both are on the Orient Express America's Cup team and Women's America's Cup team. And that left room, it left a little bit of a vacuum, but it's being filled by these sailors, and they're kind of really upskilling themselves at this regatta to really catch up to where Delapierre and Audney left.
Yeah, well, they're going well in this race so far. Top placed French, we haven't said anything about them so far. Actually, Tim Morniac and Alois Returners, I spoke about them earlier, but not in the context of this race. They're in 8th overall, but we haven't seen them so far. Here we are with Gibson and Burnett wearing the number 3 bibs. If they can win this race, as they are at the moment, that could get them past Tita and Banty, because Tita and Banty look pretty deep going around that windward mark. Really smooth drive there by Gibson and Burnett.
And if you noticed, Andy, so we know that now in these conditions, there are conditions where it's too light to foil upwind, but just right to foil downwind. That's what they're doing right now. It's taking them a little bit while they get up on the foils. But if you noticed, when they went into that jibe, the first thing that they do is instead of heeling the weather or being perfectly flat, they lower that downwind or leeward hull and they pivot around it. So they come out with a little windward heel with as much power in the boat as possible, keeping as much lift in the new leeward hull as possible. And it didn't quite last too long for them, but that's still definitely the way to throw a jibe in and put your best foot forward to foiling. And here they are up again. Their ride height, meaning their pitch, keeping the boat high up above the water, is really being controlled by Anna all the time, walking forward when the boat gets too high, pitching the boat down, and then jumping back to keep the boat from nosediving.
Yeah, it's inherently a very unstable platform, which requires a lot of trimming using body position, and that's exactly what you're describing, Chris.
So one thing that's really fascinating about these boats when they're foiling upwind and downwind, they do a differential on their rudders to give them more riding moments. So the leeward rudder is lifting the hull up, and the windward rudder is pulling the hull down to just yank against that power of the wind and help their riding moment, help their weight out there. Just fascinating, and they can adjust the difference. It's called a differential. One is lifting, and then the windward one is pulling down against the pressure of the breeze. It's fascinating, but it adds a lot of load to the rigs. It adds a ton of load to that Jenniker sheet that Anna's pulling on. And that's where these crews really, it's so tough, because it's not just the weight of the crews that's putting the load on the boat, it's the weight of the foils that are pulling down against it.
Getting the kite down. Now look how hard Anna Burnett is having to work to get the Jenniker back into the chute. Still finishing off the maneuver as they go round. Gibson steers the boat up onto the second upwind leg, and they maintain a very healthy lead over the rest of the fleet. This is one of the French teams coming down now. Just try and find out who that is.
That's Billy Besson and Ancien. In 571, I hope. Our tracker has a little bit of a blank for a second there.
Besson and Ancien also with a nice gap back to the next boats behind them. So let's see how this drop goes. Leaving it very, very late. Still getting the Jennifer in the chute as they go round. But it seems like they want to keep the kite pulling for as long as possible, even if it compromises the rounding maneuver, because it is pretty light winds, so you can leave it pretty late. Again, leaving it very late on this rounding. France 390, that's Chabot and Rigaud.
Yeah, we're showing France in positions 2, 3, and 4. They're really showing their thing today. I mean, it's not, it was a little bit windier at the end of the day, but not by much. These are actually really similar conditions.
Looks like one of the Australians has actually, they've had an incredible climb down this. Little and Copeland going around the opposite mark. So really good sailing by Little and Copeland to get ahead of one of the French teams. And now around come Japan, Itsuka and Nishida. Austria 33 going around. That's Habel and Frank. That's the team that currently is sitting in pole position for earning a nation spot for Austria at the Paris 2024 games.
There's a lot of this fleet condenses when it's this light. When there's such a big difference in speed downwind. You're on this escalator, so when you round and get up on the foils, you take off from everyone else. But then when you come to the leeward mark and round up, you're going half the speed or not even. And so this fleet just condenses up here. When you see all the boats that are rounded the right gate looking upwind, and the people that are still on port, led by Gibson and Burnett, they're staying on port tack. Even the boats that rounded the left-hand mark looking upwind, some of them are already coming back right. But the fleet is squeezed together now, even though they look spread out downwind. You go from foiling at 14 knots to going upwind at like 7 knots or so.
Yeah, so the distance in terms of time doesn't change so much, but sorry, the gap in terms of time doesn't change so much, but the gap in terms of distance varies enormously from upwind to downwind. So Austria 33, I don't think that's right. I'm pretty sure that GBR 21 is still in the lead, unless things have really changed dramatically. So I'm not convinced by the order that we're seeing down the right-hand side of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, things just did really get very light. So if we can look over on the left-hand side of the course, Austria 33 is shown on starboard tack. We want to see if that is real. And
here come Ugolini and Jubilee. We've hardly spoken about them today, and they are not having a good race by their high standards. They've had such a good run of it so far. They were discarding a 7th place. So this is a rare fall from form for them. They are in 19th place in this particular race, so that's by far their worst performance so far in this competition.
Right, so now we have Austria 33 tacking from the left side of the course, Haber and Frank, and we know they're good, but they were a couple boats back. They rounded in 5th or 6th, something like that, around the leeward gate, and now they're on top of the fleet on the left-hand side of the course. And they are really advanced on the rest of the fleet. They were the only boat to continue to go that way of the top 10, basically. And the rest continued either straight on port tack around the right-hand mark or tacked over to port. So we shall see if we get a good look. Here we are with... This is actually the middle of the course, so these are not the leftmost boats. We're looking at France 483.
And I think that is GBR we're coming up to now. That is GBR, but look where Anna Burnett is sitting. She's so far forward in the boat, and you can tell the further forward they are, the lighter the wind, and therefore the slower they're going. Looks like the British just going into attack, so now's the moment of truth. How will they be doing against the Austrians on the far side, Haberl and Frank?
Andy, I think we really have a change in this course if everything's accurate here. We still need to get a drone shot from the left-hand side of the course because we've got some boats coming back. We got a Belgian boat, a Finnish boat, Austrian boat coming back, and it really looks like we call this collapsing. Where the right-hand side of the course looks like it really is collapsed. We can see it in their body language, them sitting in. No one's on trapeze anymore, if you remember what the first beat looked like off the starting line. And they were foiling downwind, but now this is really light. They're going super slow. And the left-hand side of the course, just based on moving up the track, is certainly way more advanced than Gimson and Burnett, who are in first. Anyone who is to the left of the Gimson and Burnett are gaining on them at the moment.
And you can see that a little bit with the difference in colour in water. It looks very smooth over here at the bottom of our screen, and you look up towards the horizon and the water looks a little bit darker, so I just wonder if there's a bit more puff on the left-hand side.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't, at this point, when the breeze is really light, it doesn't take much. It doesn't need to be an angle. It just needs to be a pressure change to get yourself pointing in the right direction and going really fast.
Well, pressure is the most important thing by far, and not only does pressure make you go faster, but it can make you point higher as well. But look at the British having to really lean in. John Gibson way in on the trampoline, and Burnett up underneath the jib, so crew weight very far forward. So tense moments for them as they wait to see if they can maintain their lead at the front of this fleet, because they are at risk of being overtaken by some of the boats from the left-hand side.
Right, and fortunes change quickly here. So Mother Nature giveth and Mother Nature taketh away. And but right now, the way things have worked in the last like 3 or 4 minutes is that anyone that's been to the left has been gaining, and then coming back from there, Belgium 340 is now kind of, we're going to find out in the middle of this course how Belgium 340 does, but there's 4 or 5 boats to the left of Belgium 340 that are more advanced. Now they are getting up to the ley line, and we see Kurtbang Keskinen, who you should never leave them out. They've been consistent podium finishers in the major regattas over the last couple of years. They are furthest left, and if they get onto port tack and have their bow free, and if there's actually really good pressure over there that's moved them up the course, it doesn't matter what the shift is. They're going to ride right over the top into first place.
Well, that's a good call by you, Chris. Let's well, it's a brave call anyway. Let's see how it works out.
We actually don't have GBR. We're watching here, Gimson and Burnett. We don't have them on the tracker, so there's a really good chance.
Yeah, so Gimson and Burnett doing still okay on that side.
But that's Finland in the top right hand of your screen. So this is.
Yeah, it's Denmark 31 in the middle of our screen, and then we're trying to identify the boat sort of middle right at the moment. Not sure who that is. It's the Dutch to the left. You can see the Allianz logo.
But I think that is Finland, and it's probably out of your screen right now. That's kind of crossing on Port Tack and coming into the Port Tack ley line. We're missing a couple boats on the tracker, but if we can fly over to that left-hand side of the course and see who's leading out of there, it'd be fantastic. They're going to pop over in the right-hand side of your screen right there. That, I believe, is the boat that's leading. This is definitely true that the left-hand side of the course had just a little bit more pressure. The breeze died overall, and there was just a little bit more on the left-hand side, and Gibson and Burnett are working really hard to just try to consolidate, meaning they were on the right-hand side of the course, the breeze died there, and they're doing anything they can to get back.
Well, I'm glad you're making sense of it, Chris, because I am completely confused. I can't work out who is leading. I think things are changing quite significantly. They're not changing quickly because nothing is moving very quickly right now. They're doing about 5 or 6 knots. I think you're probably right that the left is stronger and that there have been some place changes, but it's pretty hard to tell. There we have a different angle, and well, we'll see if this really is Gibson and Burnett still in the lead.
Yep, and they obviously just tacked back to port just to try to get themselves getting back over. Maybe they had a shift, but again, they're playing this chess game, this fitting themselves into the jigsaw puzzle of this top beat to make sure they're in the right spot for the last puff coming down the beat. And
that was quite a lot of tacks that the British put in on that windward leg, but it seems to have worked out. They've managed to sail defensively, and actually the damage is not as great as we thought.
Yep, exactly. They were able to. The way this beat worked out is they got taken away from the left-hand side of the course. Both sides wound up kind of collapsing a little bit and playing right up the middle of the course. Gibson and Burnett were perfectly placed just to not be too risky. They were really conservative on that beat, and they sailed that beat really well.
Anna Burnett dropping herself down on her trapeze wire adjuster, and they still seem like they have a pretty healthy lead. That is Besson and Ancillon coming in from the right of your picture. Are they going to be able to sneak round in second place? It's going to be a close run thing with the Austrians, who have made a bit of a gain on this windward leg, but Besson and Ancillon managed to hold on to second place as they successfully complete that tack, but they are very closely chased now by Habel and Frank.
The biggest gains here were from the Austrians and the Japanese. They were the ones who got the most out of that left-hand side of the course, but no one else did. All the people just behind them just completely collapsed.
Yeah, so it looks like the opportunity from the left-hand side of the course didn't last very long.
Yeah, and you can see that by the finish coming back. They tacked back away from the Austrians, away from the Japanese. They just didn't stick it out long enough, but I guess you had to be really risky, and only a couple people were going to come out of that move.
So the Australians have suffered a little bit. They were up to 4th place. And there are the Australians just going round on the outside of the mark with, I think, one of the French boats.
Yeah, Martin and Bertin.
So a little bit of a drop for the Australians, but it's still sailing very, very well in this race. And this will be the final run down towards the bottom of the course. We just briefly saw Kirkbay and Keskinen going around behind the Australians. We're back with Gibson and Burnett, and it's a very clear lead for them right now.
Yeah, and it's right on that threshold. Again, it was even lighter on that beat, and they're still foiling downwind. That just shows you it only takes like, 7 or 8 knots barely to be foiling downwind, but it takes around 12 or 13 knots to be foiling upwind, something like that.
Yeah, that's right. We're a long way off of foiling all the way around the racetrack. But they were doing 5 or 6 knots upwind. They're doing 14 or 15 knots downwind. So they are so much faster, these boats, in these conditions on the downwind legs.
And we remember from those 2021 Worlds that we got to watch this team just leap to victory on the last race of the World Championships. That is quite a lead. I mean, they're just extending right now, and they were the only ones to really get out of jail on that beat when their side was collapsing, and they came back just at the right time.
Now, they won't be thinking about it, but the added benefit for Gimpson and Burnett is that the two Italian teams ahead of them in the overall standings, well, we've hardly had anything to say about them. Tita and Banti and also Ugolini and Jubilee, they've been really nowhere near the top 10 in this race. So the question is, with Gimpson and Burnett's victory, if that's what this proves to be, how will that pull them back up the standings? They're in third overall at the moment, but they're certainly going to be closing the points gap on the two Italians ahead of them.
Absolutely. I mean, you can just watch on the leaderboard right now. Tita and Banti are actually just mowing people down as we speak. It's almost like they have a bit between their teeth when they get deeper in the fleet, and then they put the kite up and they're just chasing people down the whole time. There is a definite speed advantage with a team like this, and Ugolini and Jubilee have that kind of similar advantage. They have the similar modes of this team, but you're watching probably the next to Gimpson and Burnett and Ugolini and Jubilee. This is the most successful team in Nacra history at the right now that you're watching. So just watch that technique. Watch how beautifully they're sailing.
It's great technical insight, isn't it? I mean, I remember seeing amazing drone shots last year in Nova Scotia for the World Championship there as well, and Tita and Banti were just unstoppable then, and it was a real insight getting these live images during the racing. I'm sure the sailors and the coaches are using these live images.
Yeah, and all these sailors are crazy fit. And Katerina Banti, right now we're watching the Anna Burnett, and they are so strong. Like we said, that differential in the rudders, pulling the windward part of the boat down, that helps them keep the boat upright, but it also puts so much more load in the sails. You see Anna, what she'll do is sometimes she'll pull with her arms, but she tries to keep her arms straight and then pulls with her legs. But as she moves forward and back, she has to adjust her arms so it doesn't adjust the sheet.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's so many things. I mean, multitasking. Maybe this is why so many of the crews in the Nacra 17 tend to be female, because there's so much multitasking for them to have to do.
Well, the loads, the mental and physical loads that it puts on the crews is also why the Crews Union voted to only do 2 laps and not 3 laps in the fleet. They no longer do 3 laps in this fleet because the crews kind of revolted and said, that is just unnecessary roughness. And that's from the male and female crews.
Gimpson just giving us a wave and a smile as they cross the finish line.
Yeah, baby.
Well done, John.
He can hear us. What's going on? No, that's fantastic to watch them. I mean, they are about as smooth as you can get, just like we were talking about Tita and Banti, and Ugolini and Jubilee, and all these top teams, Kohlhoff and Stuhlheimer and Kurt Van Keskinen, all these teams that have been doing this for a long time and have been on the podium for the last 3 or 4 years.
Well, let's see. It looks pretty close between the next few. Is Besson and Ancion going to be able to do enough to hold on for second? It looks like Little and Copeland from Australia might have managed to fight their way back up there again as well. So potentially a good recovery by the Australians.
Yeah, and Lucy Copeland, another SailGP sailor. She's one of the top professional women sailors in the world. And you can tell that she has a confidence that she walks in. She's relaxed. She's learning. She's open to new ideas. So I think we should look for that team to slowly kind of move their way up through the ranks.
Well, I don't know if we missed any of the boats going through there at the finish line, but it looks like that's Austria. So I don't know if Austria got into second place and got ahead of Besson and Ancion, but I think maybe they did. So that would have been a good gain by Habel and Frank down the final run, if indeed that was an overtake by the Austrians on the French.
Right, let's keep an eye out for the Japanese. The Austrians and the Japanese were the ones to come out of the left-hand side and make some big gains. But I think Austria held on to that position better than the Japanese did.
Finland just crossed the finish line. That's Kurt Van Keskinen. And one of the Italians coming across, this could be Tita and Banti coming across now. So a bit of a gain for them. Tita and Banti coming across the line in 8th place. And then the Belgians. Now, we understand we could be getting an interview shortly with the British winners, so let's see if Pedro is ready for us.
É o tempo de fazermos a entrevista, ok? Hi guys, John and Anna. Here we are after the first race today. Perfect, awesome performance. I reckon you guys started closer to the committee boat and played a little bit the right hand side. Can you tell us a little bit how you managed to get such a lead after the first beat?
I think it was a kind of a bit of a details day. We had a nice start, midline, I guess, with plenty of free air, and just did a nice job of sailing for that first maybe 5 minutes, which gave us just enough to cross. Kind of more keelboat sailing than foiling Nacra sailing.
So you played more the middle, and then you tracked across the middle.
Probably 2/3 to the left, tacked, crossed to the right, and then back on the starboard lay. So.
And was that just reading the race course, or you guys were looking also at the other position, both Italian teams?
Just a race course at this stage. I think we still have 3 more races, and we're a little behind, so we just need to keep fighting.
It worked well for you. I didn't see the Italians doing so well in this race, so maybe you are now leading the regatta. I'm not sure. What do you think?
I'd say we're still 5 or 10 points behind the Italians, so we need a few more of the same.
So you're going to keep the same plan for the next race?
Yeah, I think so, and then we'll start to worry a bit more about the ride as it gets a bit later in the day, but at the moment I think staying in phase and just in the pressure is...
Well, it was great to see you guys' performance. We recorded you guys going downwind. I apologize if we were too close to you guys, but we need to see your faces, your smiles, how focused you are. And it was thrilling to see you flying all the time. It was brilliant.
Yeah.
Well done. Good job.
Cool. Cheers, mate.
So that's Gibson and Burnett with a really emphatic race win, and we will wait and see what effect that has on the overall standings. They certainly will have closed the gap on the leaders, but Tita and Banti, they got an 8th in that race. I'm not sure where the other Italians, Ugolini and Jubilee, that's who we see bottom left there, by the way, Italy 98. I'm not sure where they finished in that race, but it wasn't good. The other Italians on the right that I was just talking about, Tita and Banti, at least recovered to an 8th place. So the gaps are closing up between the top 3. Those training partners, the 2 Italians and the British that work with them so often in Cagliari, Sardinia and other places around the world.
Yeah, and that will have been, I didn't hear if you just said that, but that will have been Ugolini and Jubilee's throwout race, easily their deepest race by double. And that's actually kind of a keeper for Tita and Banti to get in somewhere around an 8th in that race. But I think the big story of that race is just, the Austrian team just hanging in there, with some consistent scores. I think the overall point spread is just squeezing tighter and tighter from moving into that top 5 group.
Yeah, they're certainly sailing extremely well and doing what they need to do to secure that spot to go to the Olympic Games next year, and an opportunity for Tanja Frank to see if she can build on that Olympic bronze medal she won back in Rio 2016.
Yeah, I think, Andy, one of the things I love the fact that we were able to watch Anna and John sail. It's great to watch the best sail. We saw Tita and Banti for a little while, watching actually how Katerina was actually really steady. And we were talking a lot in that race since we had that great view. As we look here at the scores in that race, Lucas Haberl and Tanja Frank in 2nd place in that race. Billy Besson not showing up too much, but had a couple of top 5 finishes with Noah Ancien. And Matteo Chabot and Camille Rigaud. Fantastic to have the French team. They were all French boats around the leeward mark for a little while there.
Well, we have heard that we're going to go on to a short break now. We need to reorganize our cameras and our resources out on the water. and we understand that we're going to be going to 49er FX racing today. So that could well be where we are headed next, and we will bring you all the action to see if Helen Nace and Marie Ronigan are managing to hold on to their first place in the 49er FX. That's the Norwegians. So from Chris Muesler and myself, Andy Rice, we will be back to you very shortly, because that FX racing isn't far away. So do stay with us, and we'll be back to you soon.
E toda a gente vive do mar e para o mar. Afinal, somos pescadores de quarteira. Eu sei porque estás aqui, Queres a minha receita, não é? Para descobrires, terás de vir comigo.
Boa noite, mestre.
Boa noite, camaradas.
Apanha, arreuscado. Hoje vamos enfrentar as ondas com coragem e sabedoria.
Pode ser que haja sorte e que o mar generoso traga a nossa vontade.
Ele está com amor!
Aqui está ela. Antigamente vinha carregada até à gola. O material deste qualquer um trabalha.
Mas o que importa é conhecer o peixe antes de fazer o petis.
Boa tarde, Joaquim. Boa tarde.
Está aqui as sardinhas que me pediste.
Muito obrigado. Poucos no mundo têm disto, mas aqui apanhamos no nosso quintal. Sou filho de quarteira. O mar é a minha vida e a minha vida é o mar.
Aqui é 75410. Vilamoura é conhecida pelos seus elevados padrões de qualidade urbanística e ambiental. Uma referência assente num rigoroso planeamento que permite um desenvolvimento sustentável. Nascida da ambição de Cupertino de Miranda nos idos anos 50 e, posteriormente, da visão de André Jordan nos anos 90, Vilamoura é hoje um importante polo de atração para famílias que vivem cá durante todo o ano ou simplesmente para aqueles que escolhem vir passar uns dias de férias inesquecíveis. A Inframoura tem feito orgulhosamente parte da história do desenvolvimento de Vilamoura, garantindo nas áreas que se ocupa que Vilamoura está em boas mãos. Desde 2007 que uma equipa dedicada se ocupa diariamente dos 18 km² de território onde coexistem locais e visitantes num harmonioso ambiente cosmopolita. Todos os dias, mais de 16.800 pessoas sabem que podem contar connosco. Estamos em várias frentes do cotidiano de quem cá vive e dos que nos visitam, garantindo fornecimento de água através de uma rede eficiente de mais de 180 km, com perdas mínimas ao longo do sistema. Gerimos também toda a rede de saneamento e gerimos todo o espaço público, criando e mantendo espaços verdes, assegurando a limpeza pública e toda a recolha de resíduos, incluindo a recolha seletiva com pontos de recolha em todo o território. Somos também os responsáveis pela rede viária, garantindo a sua expansão e conservação. Ao longo da nossa operação abrimos novas vias e requalificamos profundamente outras, criando um sistema eficiente de circulação e novas áreas de lazer. Queremos, sobretudo, que sejam fáceis e cómodas as deslocações dentro do nosso território e por isso temos apostado na mobilidade e na inclusão, criando vias pedonais e cicláveis e disponibilizando bicicletas de uso partilhado desde 2010. Mantivemos a malha ciclável funcional e criámos novas ciclovias. A criação de um território mais equilibrado e coeso está no nosso ADN. Por isso temos um cuidado extremo na manutenção e criação de novas áreas públicas, aumentando as zonas verdes e contribuindo para a descarbonização. Vamos pela via verde no que respeita às opções sustentáveis, gerando energias limpas e colocando-as à disposição de todos. Essa estratégia levou-nos a certificar as nossas boas práticas. Estamos cada vez mais apostados em contribuir para a descarbonização e por um território amigo do ambiente. São muitos os momentos de que nos orgulhamos ao longo.
Welcome back to Vilamoura, south of Portugal. The sun is still shining. The Nacra 17s will be racing just away across the water. We just saw John Gibson and Anna Burnett from Great Britain win the first of their races this afternoon. But now we are going to get into the 49er FX racing. And we had a change of place yesterday. Helene Nace and Marie Ronigan managed to move into the top because Italy's Jana Germani and Giorgia Patuzzi did not have a great day, although they're still in second. Chris Muser, I'm going to throw it to you. Who do you think is going to come out on top today?
Well, that's a guess. Anyone you talk to will say it's anyone's guess. We know that this fleet is so awesome that we've seen every single person here. I think the person that really stands out in this top 5, really in the top 10, is Lim and Lowe. They've won 2 races in this regatta so far, and from Singapore, and they're a great pair. All these sailors are fantastic, but Kimberly and Cecilia, they've had a 7-1-1, 13-5 in the last couple races. They're dropping a 19, which is a pretty big number, but they're right behind the 2-time world champion Odile Van Aanholt and Annette Dutz. So that's the team that I look at rising stars. So take a look at this.
So Nathan Ronigan on 40 points. This was at the start of the day. Jana Germani and Giorgia Patuzzi on 44, so just 4 points behind. Esha Goyan, a 2-time 49er world champion and Olympic gold medalist in women's match racing, along with Paula Barcelo. They are in 3rd place on 50 points. And last year's world champions, Adil van Aanholt, Annette Dutz from the Netherlands on 58. We've talked about Lim and Lowe from Singapore. Great performance by them so far. The 2 mums, Sarah Stayart and Charlene Picon, they are sailing a great regatta
Yeah, both Olympians in that boat. They call themselves the moms in the boat, and but they're just they're a really great pair. Probably one of the more experienced campaigners here. I mean, Steyart goes back to, I don't know how many Olympics ago, maybe back to China.
I think she won the Laser Radial Worlds around 2007 or something like that, when she was a single-handed hiking sailor. Then she got into the 49er FX in the very early days in 2013, 10 years ago. She did a few years in that, but then she took a step back. Charlene Picon, meanwhile, won the Olympic gold medal Rio 2016 at windsurfing. And now the two friends have teamed up, and somehow, despite the fact that they are mothers of young children, they also managed to make time to campaign at the very highest level as well.
Absolutely, and we're at a minute 43 here. By the way, there are a lot of dads out there too. It's not a huge number of parents in these fleets because everyone's so young. But a little shout out to all the dads in the fleets too. Now we are at 1:30. We see that midline sag that we always talk about. It's never going to go away in the history of our sport, I think. But those are the people that can trim in early, and those, what we've seen in the last couple races, in the Gold Fleet races today and yesterday, is that a lot of the winners have come out of kind of the middle of the line where they've had a big lane. They made a better guess in terms of when to trim in and got on top to be able to take care of little shifts that come along and play both sides.
There is the race officer, Tim Hancock, a great sailor in his own right, a former 505 world champion. He's the guy with the iPad and just sighting down the line with less than a minute to go, just recording on video to see what happens in the final lead up to the race, to the start, who went over early, if anybody. We keep our fingers crossed for a clear start, and the midline sag is very visible there, Chris.
Yep, and we have the Dutch pair, former world champions with their number 2 on their sail. At the pin, they tacked back. Look at how much room that they had with the Australians. They had enough room to tack and then tack back again. It's amazing how good they are at down speeding. But that just look for the Dutch to really be able to keep their bow free. They've got tons of room. It's 20 seconds left. The middle of the line is starting to move up. But take a look at that little bunch at the boat. That's where you worry about people getting pushed over. But if Odile and Annette down at the pin put their bow down, it's 6, 5, 4. Listen for the horn.
We don't hear it from this end.
Yep.
Looks like a great start for USA 7. That is Steph Roble and Maggie Shea. Absolutely fantastic start, and a bit of a slow one for the Dutch. So not such a great start, despite the fact they won the pin. The Dutch are going to have to put the bow down and look for some clear air, because the Americans really shot out of the gate very quickly there, and also a very good start for Belgium here at the pin end.
Absolutely, and that really hurts you if you don't get that ley line of the pin right. That little head up while the Americans had their bow down and going fast, put them back a couple boat lengths. Now, they still have room to put their bow down and maybe even get up on a little bit of a plane. But what we saw with the Australians who tacked out, yeah, you can see the difference right there. You would need a shift to get back in touch with the Americans. Easily the best start in the fleet by the Americans, but they cannot tack and cross the rest of the fleet right now.
Yeah, so easily the best start off the pin end, but what the Americans and anybody at the pin end of the line can't do is they can't dictate their own tactics in the early stages of this race. Just going out of shot, Spain 23, I see they were on port tack going out behind the fleet, so a bad start for Echegoyen and Barceló, who are 3rd overall in the regatta at the moment, but not a great start for them. Looks like...
Yeah, but we have Italy 72 that's going furthest out to the right and on port tack. And that's going to be the boat that we really look at as we go up the beat to see how the sides are changing. We'll look at them. We'll look at Germany 55 in the middle of the fleet.
That's Italy 72 on the left, now in the middle of our picture. So that's the boat that you're talking about. And looking like they're looking pretty good on this side of the racecourse right now. That's Alexandra Stalda and Sylvia Sperry. Won a race yesterday, so we know that they're fast in these light conditions.
Yeah, and Stephanie and Maggie from the USA, who started one boat up from the pin above the Netherlands boat, really you saw how full their jib was, how powerful they were off the line. Stephanie, when we interviewed her 2 days ago, she said they were only 2 days back here before the regatta started from the Pan Am Games in Chile, where they won a medal. But she was saying they're like a diesel engine. It takes them a little while to get up to speed, and then now they're really hitting their stride. And what a great analogy, because that's really working right now for them.
No one had ever described you as a diesel engine. You are definitely a Tesla, Chris Muesler.
All right, so they say we only have about 7 knots of breeze here. You'll see with the crews, they're like half trapping off the rack or the wing and half trapping off the hull, so they can get forward and closer in, but still stay on the trapeze wire. It's a lot like these fast boats. It's a lot like the Nacras, where they have to go forward when it's really light.
Yep, the lighter it is, the further forward they have to go. But the boats are moving along pretty nicely considering how light the wind conditions are right now.
Yep, and Annette and Odile over here as we watch this, they haven't really moved forward too much, but they've stopped the bleeding from that bad start, and they've just stayed the same gauge, which is the distance side to side, and the same fore and aft with the Americans.
Yeah, so not too much damage done for the Dutch, but the bigger question for the Americans and the Dutch over here is they're very far out to one side of the fleet. Have they gone the right way up the race course? That's the big question. No one really knows yet.
Well, we have Norway 26 and Italy 20 just above them, and those are the number 1 and 2 in the fleet right now. So they're definitely sailing really well and conservatively but consistently. And so I'm really psyched to see that the top 2 boats in this fleet aren't giving anything away to the boats that are just a couple places away from them, like Odile and Annette are in 4th place overall. Actually, we had a race before this, so that might be a little bit different. But they're all in the top 10. But it's great to see the Norwegians and the Italians staying in it in the top 5 at the moment.
Roble and Shea from America in the middle of our screen just tacking onto port, so that frees up the space a little bit more for the Dutch on the far right of our picture. That's who we're looking at now. Odile van Aanholt, Annette Doots. They have the option to tack. Are they going to take it? Yes, they do. Annette Doots goes round the front of the mast because it's light winds. They want to keep the bow down. That's the best trim for the boat in these conditions. And meanwhile, one of the German boats, I think that may be Bergmann and Veal, Germany 55, who are doing very well out on this side of the race course as well.
This is great to watch Annette recovering from a knee injury. We were talking about it. It happened only just a couple days before the World Championships. They didn't win that World Championships, but they had a really great regatta, and it was great to see her back in the boat. There was a period of time there where Annette was having someone else sail the boat out to the race course for her at that World Championships in the beginning of the regatta, just to limit the abuse on her knee.
Yeah, that's right. Germany 696 just ducking behind Italy 20. That's Germani and Bertuzzi. Germani and Bertuzzi just tacking onto port just as they go out of view. And one of the other German boats, I think that's Germany 55, Bergmann and Veal, doing very well on this side of the race course. And they are owning this side of the course at the moment. Bergmann and Veal, one of the up-and-coming teams in the very young German squad. There's no obvious potential medalist to come out of Germany for Paris 2024. We think this is more a team that's building towards Los Angeles 2028, but right now they are sailing extremely well. They're in 15th overall at the start of the day, but Bergmann and Veal right up there.
Yep, and here we see Bobeck and Netzler, also part of this big group that's coming out of the left-hand side of the course. This is awesome to watch right here. You see the Canadians and the Swedish and the Germans. Look at that pack, and just to the left, top left of your screen, it looks like, at least on the tracker, this huge group that the Canadians are leading here are ahead of that whole group to the right. So it definitely looks like the left hand. You see that as we back away. This is the left hand side of the course, and you can see the boats coming in on starboard. Definitely the left hand side of the course is really strong at the top of this beat. But we saw with the Nacras, things collapsed right at the very end of that top of that second beat. So I'll be fascinated to see if this light little breeze holds. You're going to know once these crews start to come in off the wire. If they start to come in off the wire as they get to the top of this beat, expect a lot of big changes. If you see them stay on the wire, then that means this left side is probably going to stay good.
Well, that is pretty much the view that Germany 55 have of the rest of the fleet. And what an amazing moment for Marla Bergmann and Hannah Veal from Germany to have that view, to be sailing across on port tack and being able to look through the window down at the rest of the fleet some way behind them. So they're really owning this side of the race course, but the question for them is, how have they done on the boats that started out to the right? Because we are going to be coming back into convergence pretty soon, and we'll find out who is actually coming out on top.
Awesome. This is great how the drone kind of zooms out away from watching these two sailors sail, and then we get to see where they are from the rest of the course. They would love that view, wouldn't they, Andy, if they got to see from their own vantage point, and then they got to pop up 100 feet in the air and get to see what's going on in the rest of the course. But we can tell them that it's going well.
Yes, we can. And girls, I hope you enjoy watching this back later on the recording when you come ashore.
Yep, and there's this feeling. So here they are. They're coming in from the left-hand side of the course. Andy and you and I know this feeling, like when you're coming in from the left, you don't have any rights on port tack, but you just keep feeling the pressure build. Your bow is always going up and not down. That's such a great feeling that you know you made the right choice. You can lean on the sail. You don't need to pinch up and point any higher to get around anyone. It's all sailors know that when you're coming in close to a ley line, if you keep having pressure and no one else does, I mean, it's a wonderful feeling that you made the right decision.
It is a wonderful feeling. Meanwhile, these are the boats on the right-hand side in the middle of our picture. I'm just trying to work out who that is. I was thinking it was the French, but I'm not so sure that it is.
Yeah,
yes, it is. It's Stayart and Picon. So it's the experienced team, Sarah Stayart and Charlene Picon, who have had a really good race up the right-hand side of the racetrack. But let's find out who's going to come out ahead between France on the right and Germany on the left. Is it going to be Germany 55 or France 84 that comes out ahead? There are the Norwegians wearing the yellow bibs, just going behind the French. And these are the Germans, so it's the Germans who go round in first place ahead of Stayart and Picon. And look at the concentration. Picon, the former Olympic champion in windsurfing, applying all her fitness and skill to the front of the 49er FX. And Sarah Stayart at the back, the former laser radial single-handed racer, now racing very effectively with her friend and teammate Charlene Picon in second place going round. Italy 20, they were leading for much of this regatta. They're still in second place wearing the blue bibs. They are now safely round, so reasonably good race for the Italians. And the Spanish, Tamara Echegoyen and Paula Barceló, I wonder if that's them going round with the blue Jenica, the dark blue Jenica, just going to top right of screen. If it is, then they've had a good recovery, or it could be one of the other Spanish boats.
Absolutely. That was a really great top of the beat for Germania and Bertuzzi after 19th or 20th in the last race yesterday, their worst race. They definitely found their form back, and that's a sign of a really great maturity in that team.
What a beautiful drone shot. Absolutely beautiful. Someone is pushing very hard to get round the mark. Are they going to make it without hitting it? It looks like they've hit it. It looks like it's the Belgian team that are going to have to take a spin. And it also looks like there's a Swedish boat that's in a little bit of trouble at the top of our picture. That is our reigning world champions, Vilma Bobeck and Rebecca Netzler. So I don't know what's happened to the Swedes, but they look like they are struggling there. And it's not great for the USA boat with the purple page rate. Sorry. Sorry, I've got a complete... I jumped to a completely different time zone there. Who am I talking about? Stephanie Roble and Maggie Shea from the USA. That's who we're looking at, going into the jibe off to the left.
Awesome. And we all get stuck, Andy. It's okay. But what we're seeing here, let's analyze this course from a strategic point of view, looking at the breeze. A good amount of people split on this race course. And Italy's 72, Stadler and Sperry were the first to jibe out. They were kind of in the mid-fleet pack, followed by the Australians. And all of a sudden, this downwind leg is opening wide open. It's kind of even on both sides. I bet you there's just a pressure difference, not a wind angle difference. But I'm going to just try to zoom out here and see where we stand. Yeah, both jibes seem pretty even, except for the fact that most of the fleet now is on port jibe. So that just shows you that there's either a little bit of a right shift or a combination of that and a little bit more pressure on the right side of the course as you look upwind.
Well, there are certainly opportunities on this racetrack, because we were just looking at the Spanish. That was ESP 23, and somehow Echegoyen and Barceló, from a terrible start, have got themselves back up into 5th place in this race. But there are our leaders, Marla Bergman and Hannah Wiel. They went to the left-hand side of the racetrack. They made it work for them, and that's what's launched these young Germans into the lead. They were in 15th place at the start of the day, but the points are very close to get back into the top 10. They will be hoping that if they can hold on to this race win, this might be enough to get them close to knocking on the door of the top 10 and maybe making tomorrow's medal race.
It's awesome to see the coordination of these two. And the one thing you do notice is that a lot of the time, especially when it's even lighter, they do a little bit of a windward heel just to keep as much pressure, keep their boat as upright as possible. It feels very uncomfortable for a lot of sailors to sail that way, but it's something that these sailors get very comfortable with, particularly these skiff sailors, sailing a boat dead upright or even with a little bit of windward heel to keep the power in the sail, almost like a windsurfer would keep their rig to windward.
Yeah, it doesn't actually feel that fast, and it feels really uncomfortable because you're pretty close to the water and you cannot afford you can't afford a mistake, whereas you have a bit of leeward heel. It gives you a bit more reaction time if the boat suddenly hits a lull, whereas if you hit a lull, you're already heel to windward. That's quite difficult to deal with.
So for a little while in this downwind leg, you can see those boats on starboard tack that the German pair are just going by. For a little while, they were bow to bow with them, coming in at each other at the same ladder rung, if you know what that term is. But now they've definitely cleared out. They're definitely in the lead. Left side of the course facing upwind, right side facing downwind definitely came true.
Just going into a jibe drop, really, really hard work for Hannah Veal at the front of the boat, but a beautifully executed jibe drop by Marla Bergman and Hannah Veal, deciding to go up to the left-hand side of the course. After all, that is the side that was working for them on the first time round, whereas the French, well, they did very well going out to the right. So what are they going to do? They're going to go out to the right again.
Yeah, I was just about to talk about that, Andy. I mean, the way the fleet worked out, upwind and downwind, it really won out on the left side of the course, but Stair and Picon, they know what they're talking about. So it'll be great to have two boats on either side of the course, and then they can tell us what's going on.
Meanwhile, first and second in the competition, well, these are the second-placed Italians, and over there it's the Norwegians who are wearing the yellow bibs for being leaders going into today. Well, there's nothing to choose between Norway and Italy as they come around the racetrack. And then I was just that is the Spanish that have just gone round, ESP 23, Echegoyen and Barceló. They are in third overall, so those are our top three boats that have all gone round together in third, fourth and fifth place in this race.
Yeah, the Spanish pair they've probably been multi-campaigning longer than anyone else. Tamara was in the ocean race. Paula is in Sail GP, just stopped Sail GP just to focus on her Olympic campaign.
And also studying to be a doctor as well.
Exactly, and there they are in fifth place around this leeward mark. But looking up, we have our number 1 and 2 sailors in fourth and third, respectively. And then Sarah Stair and Caroline Picon in second. And then moving up, that German team, that big squad of 42 sailors in 49er and 49er FX that came here to sail the European Championships. They're part of a new group of sailors rising up through the ranks.
Yes, working very well together, the Germans. Meanwhile, back in the pack, there is Netherlands 2. That's the boat that we saw earlier come off the pin end of the line. Adele van Aanholt, Annette Doots, and they didn't manage to make much of going out to the left-hand side. We know that for Bergman and Veal in the lead, the left worked out okay, but not such a good race for the Dutch team right now. And just in the middle left of your picture, you see Sweden 1, the reigning world champions, Bobeck and Nexler, also struggling in the middle of the pack right now.
Yeah, and when we watch, look at that breeze. It really dropped down. I mean, do we see people even on trapezes, or at least out on the rack? I don't think so. Really slow right now.
Just it gets a little bit better the further up the race course you go, but also remember that the whole fleet has stirred up the wind. You've got a sort of a vacuum that the fleet has created. It sucked the air out of the wind as they go around the race course, as they go around the leeward marks rather. Two robotic leeward marks, by the way. They're not anchored to the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. They are remote controlled and powered by small propellers, so they're easily repositioned if they need to move around at all.
Right, and we don't need a lot of motorboats and people to move them around either, so that saves some petrol.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it's actually environmentally a greener way of running a race as well.
All right, Andy, I want to get a little techie with you here. When we look at this race course, certainly first the Germans are pretty well established. They just tacked on to Port Tack right now, but right behind them is a group of 4 boats. And when it's light like this, Andy, all these boats, the top 5, have plenty of room to cover the fleet or the boats around them. But is there any risk to not keep your position in this stuff when you have that much space behind you?
You mean how do you play the defensive game compared with chasing what you think is the best wind on the race?
Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know. I suppose this wind is quite patchy across the racecourse. I tend to think that the sailors will be thinking first and foremost, where is the strongest pressure? Where if there's a band of breeze that we think is pretty narrow or only on one side of the course or the other, you're going to go for where you see the darkest water. You're going to go for where you see the biggest breeze. So breeze and power comes first. If you can tie in a defensive strategy into that at the same time, yes, you do. But I don't think you go defense first and breeze second.
So it's a trust yourself kind of thing most of the time, because sometimes you can have half the fleet behind you way off, going just way off to the other side. There's nothing you can do about that, I guess. But
no, and
that's a balance, I guess.
Well, it's always easy to be wise after the event, and for us commentators and viewers to say, oh, they broke the fundamental cardinal rule of sailboat racing is you've got to put yourself between the mark and the opposition. Well, yeah, that's fine as long as you're talking about relatively steady wind. But if you see that there's light wind on one side of the course, or there's a hole in front of you and you're going to have to sail to the left or right to get round that hole of breeze or lack of breeze, then no, it gets more complicated. So I don't think that really answers your question, Chris.
No, it totally does. It totally does, because I guess for our audience, that idea of staying with the pack, that's just on paper. That's not considering what's in front of you on the water. And sometimes it can be really obvious that no matter where everyone goes, you can only work with what's presented in front of you.
Well, I would say that the Germans at the front are not being challenged too badly, because the fleet the front runners are mostly going middle left. Out on the far right, we can't see them at the moment, but it's USA 7, Roble and Shea, that are pushing to see what they can find out on the right-hand side, but they weren't up there. So I think relatively... I don't think this is too difficult for the Germans to defend, because I think the fleet has mostly decided that going up the left-hand side of the racetrack is the safer way to go.
Right, and right now the Germans aren't coming in from the far left. Right when you see them, there's still a bunch of boats behind us, and that's that top other four boats behind them. And I think the only risk here is that the German team is right in the course axis, directly downwind of the weather mark. So right behind us is the weather mark from this vantage point. But to their left, we have the next 3, 4, 5 positions. So what they decided to do is hedge their bets, get themselves going back into the middle of the course, and hope that left doesn't just keep on coming like it did for them on that first beat.
Yeah, well, I think they'll be pretty confident. Well, I think this is good tactical position by the Germans, because they can still tack if there's a wind shift. The boats behind them, led by France 84, Stayart and Picon, they've really committed to that left-hand ley line, so they don't have any tactical options left. So I feel like even if it does lift higher to the left, I don't know. It would be an attacking opportunity for the French, but I think this is good tactical hedging their bets for the Germans.
Awesome. Well, it's great to see them still in the lead, and it's great to see the French team really stepping up. They've really had a great, second half of their regatta.
Well, now is the opportunity for the Germans to consolidate, because they do tack onto starboard. So now the threat from the other boats further up on the ley line starts to go away, as long as they feel that they can safely cross. And it looks like the Germans have actually extended their lead even more on the French and the rest of the chasing pack. So a beautifully sailed race by Bergman and Veal, and starting the day in 15th, this is surely going to take them very close to the edge of the top 10.
Yep, and it looks like the Australians, 47, Harding and Wilmot, they look like if things come good for them when they tack on the ley line, they let that pack get stacked up to the left of them. If they tack on the ley line, they'll make the biggest gains on this beat. So this is closer. This is closer than it was at the leeward mark.
Much closer, much closer. So actually that's been a good gain by the French, and we got a bit of a match race on now. So the French are close enough to be able to attack for the lead. But it's a well-executed hoist by the young German team. What can the older French team do? Not quite as good, but not bad either. And then coming in for third place around the top mark for the final time, it's Germani and Bertuzzi, second in the overall standings, just ahead of our leaders in the overall standings. That's the Norwegians. So there's another little battle going on there. And Germani and Bertuzzi at the moment looking like they're going to take a useful point out of the gap between them and the Norwegians if the finish positions were to stay that way.
And it's nice to see that awesome little gap between the the leading German and the French team, and then Germani and Bertuzzi, because that allows the French team to attack. They've got a little bit of a gap behind them, and that's to me, that tells me that the French can really attack them as opposed to protecting what's behind them.
That I would agree with that, except that I think what we've seen is the Germans have stretched a little bit since that Spinnaker hoist, and looks like the Germans slightly have the legs on the French in these early stages of this run downwind back towards the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. We were a little worried about our little chase boat there getting in their way, but you're right. Like right when they rounded, it was like a strange. Maybe there's some current or something, but that was a strange, quick extension. Maybe just the French didn't have quite as fast of attack around that mark. They were coming in from port, so they had to dock and then tack.
That's
so maybe
true.
That was a big part of it.
It's a 180 turn instead of a 90-degree turn.
Exactly.
If you're coming
it was
in.
just enough, and look at what it turns out to be.
So there are the standings at the moment as we come down the final run towards the finish. Bergman and Veal in the lead, just ahead of Stayart and Picon from France, and then a bit of a gap back to Germani and Bertuzzi, looking to keep Nice and Groningen behind them. And I didn't quite catch fifth. Is it still Echegoyen and Barcelo from Spain? I think it is. So the top three overall are all having a good race in this one as well.
And there's Singapore, Lim and Lowe getting around. I kind of gave them the curse. And our current world champions from Sweden, a little bit back in the pack. And same thing with the runners-up world champions. The
Adil Van Aanholt and Ed Doet. So yeah, that's not a great race by their high standards. This is who's setting the pace in this race. Germany 55, Marla Bergman, Hannah Veal, and this is an important feather in their cap. If they can win this race as they go through the jibe, let's see how well they execute it. Marla Bergman jumps out onto the trapeze just to accelerate the boat out of the jibe. The French respond, but I don't think they managed to get as much speed out of the jibe as the Germans. And now the Italians have jibed as well. So all three front boats have now jibed onto port, and meanwhile Nace and Groningen chancing their luck by going a little bit further down on starboard, just out of picture, and then quite a gap back to the blue Jenica in the distance of Barcelo and Echegoyen from Spain.
I heard a lot of coaches this morning talking about the more tendency today with this earlier in building sea breeze for the breeze to go right and follow the sun like it's supposed to. But it's definitely obvious, particularly on this downwind leg, that the left-hand side of the course facing upwind is definitely strong. Most of the fleet stayed on starboard a lot longer. There is a group that went to port, but they got to do something to get ahead of the group in front of them.
Yeah, might as well try it. If you think you've got enough space behind you to try something a little bit different, then you might as well give it a go. But it doesn't look like anything's going to phase Germany 55. They are just staying true to their strategy. They've got the French fairly well tucked away in second place, and just to windward of them, it's the Italians, Germani and Bertuzzi, still in third place, and the rest of the fleet, Nace and Groningen, have now jibed, and so have the Spanish. So everything is falling into place for a German victory across the finish line very shortly.
And we are watching this live, and it's sent out on all our different platforms. We'd like to welcome Alexia Lahoud, who's doing all of our social media and everything else involved with the class. Alexia, tell us where we can watch all of the action.
I was not expecting to talk here, but you can watch all the action on our websites, both the Nacra17.org website and the 49er.org website at the top of the event page. You can also watch it on our YouTube channel. You'll find it at the top of our page, and you can find all the links on Instagram and on Facebook as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Alexia. You're the best.
Lahoud!
Lahoud! Killing it. All right, and who else is killing it here? We've got the Norwegian team who are currently winning the regatta. We have to double check those results from the previous race. But Andy, we see that now only one person on the trapeze. It usually is the skipper, right?
Yeah, that's a pretty standard setup, the way that they're set up for this light wind, downwind sailing, with Groningen sitting in the front on the inboard front edge of the wing, and Nace the helmsman on the trapeze at the front of the rack, at the front of the windward rack. And it's a pretty comfortable way to get the boat downwind, and it gets you set up for just about the right fore and aft displacement as well. And the way things are, if as things stand, they would still hold the overall lead at the end of this race.
So we have the leaders going through the gate mark and coming through the finish now. I think we, let's see, I think we should have already had the leader go through the finish line. The Germans, 55, Bergman and... Is that right on the last name? Wiley. Willie. And Stair and Picon just finished. And then and we're coming down to Germani and Bertuzzi. Really holding on, holding on, maybe even regaining the lead depending on what that last race was.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be, but I think Norway is still in first overall. But we'll do a little bit of consolidation of the results when a bit more of the fleet has crossed. Just want to point out that the Spanish had a great recovery on that first windward leg because they're absolutely buried at that start. They were picking up the scraps of the wind, sailing behind the rest of the fleet, and somehow they pulled a rabbit out of the hat. And Spain 23 crossed the finish line in 5th place. So great sailing by the former Olympic champion in women's match racing, Tamara Echegoyen and Paula Barcelo. And
Cool.
there is our top 5 confirmed.
Yep, go ahead.
So Bergman and Veal, because we came into this late and we were talking about Nacra racing earlier, I hadn't realised. I've just been told that Bergman and Veal actually won the earlier race as well. So winners of 2 races so far today, followed by Steyart and Picon from France. Nace and Ronigan still leading overall. They got 3rd in that race. Germani and Bertuzzi, I'm sure, holding on to 2nd place overall with that 4th place finish. And Echegoyen and Barcelo probably holding on to 3rd overall because of their 5th in that race.
Awesome. It was nice to see the Australians consolidate and hold on to that easy top 10 finish in 6th place, Harding and Wilmot.
Nice work for Harding and Wilmot from Australia, followed by Stalder and Sperry from Italy, winners of races yesterday, and then the Lewin LaFrance sisters from Canada in 8th. Lovadina and Compin from France in 9th, and another French team, Grenier and Rio, also in 10th. But I think Pedro has now got our German winners of the race lined up to speak to. So let's go over to Pedro on the water.
Hello, girls. Amazing performance from you. I saw a little bit after the second half of the beat. You started a little bit closer to the committee boat, I guess, and you played beautiful. The fleet, you went across to the left, and then you tacked when you had a perfect lane. Just tell us a little bit about the feelings you had on board and how you managed to keep that lead.
Actually, I think we were quite nervous, both of us, but our goal for today was just to keep it simple and to have a good start, because that didn't quite work our way in the qualifying. So we were just working on that, and we're happy that it paid off that way.
And how much do you think this is going to affect your score overall? You're going to climb a few boats?
Oh, I think it was like, as we started into the day, it was really tight, so I think we jumped quite a bit, but we'll see. There's one more race to come today and probably one more tomorrow, so it's all open, I guess, still.
Yes, so you are going to change anything for the next race? You're going to keep the same strategies, same settings? The boat was going well? You're going to keep everything the same?
I think we're just going to keep it the same and hope for the next race to play out that well as well.
All right, show us another great performance, because it was a pleasure to see you girls. Your technique downwind was beautiful, and I'm looking forward to see it again.
Thank
well done.
you.
Well done.
Well, obviously doesn't get old winning races, even though that was their 2nd race win of the afternoon. It seems to be all going the way of Bergman and Veal, and these are only provisional scores at the moment. But bear in mind that the young Germans started the day in 15th overall, and after winning 2 races, that has lifted them to 7th overall by my calculation, and they are just to give you an example, just a matter of 6 points off 4th place. So what a gain by Bergman and Veal, and one more FX race to go this afternoon. And well, what kind of an amazing day would it be if those Germans could win all 3 races. But as for the overall lead, well, Ronigan and Nace have actually extended on Germani and Bertuzzi because they've had 2 scores in the top 10. An 8th and a 3rd lifts Norway to about a 13-point lead ahead of Germani and Bertuzzi, who are still in 2nd place, 5 points ahead of Echegoyen and Barcelona. From Spain, who managed to continue to hold on to third place. And Lim and Lo from Singapore, well, not so good in that race just now. They ended up 14th in that race, but a second in the earlier race this afternoon. Has the Singaporean team in fourth, but they are the team that could quite easily be caught by Bergman and Wiel, along with Van Aanholt and Dutz, who not had such a great day so far today. A 13th and a 15th drops the last year's world champions down to 5th, and Mazaka and Jankowiak from Poland are in just 1 point behind in 6th place, and then it's Bergman and Wiel, our double race winners, currently in 7th, and Steyart and Picon from France, second in the race we saw just now. They are in 8th place overall.
And I think a point about Steyart and Picon is interesting, just to show you how tight this racing is. You can't have two bad races, and that pair, the French pair of Steyart and Picon, they got a UFD, which is they were over the line early, and they get a pretty big point for that. All what I forget what the specific thing is. It's basically like a last place finish, and basically they had to keep a 23rd place. So when you have a mistake like that, where you get over the line early and you have to use that as your throwout race, and you eat what we call eating a 23, they've won a race, they've gotten second, they have 3, 3, 10, 4, an 18 that they have to keep, a 15 they have to keep. There's not a lot of room for error, and that puts them back in 8th place, but they show that they really have those skills, they really have that confidence and that maturity to really pull it out when they need to. So it looks like we're into the highlights reel.
That's right, and interesting to see Germany 55 quite close to the committee boat end, so that was what was working for them. We focused a lot of our coverage at this end of the line, but we didn't really see anyone profit from coming out at this end of the line. Robel and Shea, USA 7, had a fantastic start, but they didn't manage to make it work further up the racetrack. It was much better to start closer to the committee boat or somewhere in the middle.
And you saw how Harding and Wilmot had to tack off there, and they worked their way up into the top group.
That's where Spain 23 just tacked. We saw that in the previous shot. They tacked out behind the rest of the fleet, took a lot of transoms, ended up coming 5th in that race.
And I would love to look at the tracker. I would have put so much money on the Americans here, winning that start, clear out. The left-hand side of the course really won out, but maybe it had to do with timing getting over there, because they really didn't end up that well.
It's really strange, isn't it? I mean, just starting at the committee boat end, going all the way out to the left-hand side like Germany 55 did, worked perfectly well, but for some reason the left didn't work for those that started further over on the left.
Right, and if you saw right there, I mean, that was the first third of the line where they tacked away. Now you can see when Germany finally tacked over.
Yeah, so I mean, actually the gaps were not enormous at that stage, but Germany 55 managed to extend on this long port tack back over towards the windward mark.
Yep, and we know they won the race just before this, so it was probably a repeat of that.
and probably there's a boat speed factor in here as well, which we can't measure so easily watching these pictures, but I think Marla Bergman and Hannah Wiel must be actually going pretty quick through the water as well. Nice tack by the Germans, gets them round the windward mark ahead of Steyart and Picon from France, who went up the right-hand side of the racetrack. So one of the younger teams against one of the older teams. France going round now, followed by Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi.
It's so awesome to see such a seasoned team right in there with the youngest teams in the fleet. It just tells you a lot about not just their abilities, but about what's important in these fleets. It's not just about being young and strong and having a little bit less time, but a lot of more energy. But I think everyone here is so professional.
That's very true. I love the fact also Sarah Steyart always seems to have a serene smile on her face, and I also love these drone shots. They're so revealing, but they're also so beautiful. We see one boat just scraping the windward mark there.
And watching that boat was Sweden 1, and look, you can see them right now at the top of the screen doing their circles after hitting that mark. Man, it's so tough to watch anyone struggle, but this pair was not struggling today. Victories in the first Gulf Fleet race of the day, Gulf Fleet race number 3. This is Gulf Fleet race number 4, and look at how much fun they're having. Coach Max Groy is not worried about his future, the senior coach for Germany, watching these results.
Yeah, well, you see a double victory from these young Germans. You start to wonder, are they a force for Paris 2024? I'd sort of written off the German squad as being good for LA 2028. Maybe they've got what it takes to actually do something next year. Right, well, looks like we are close to getting into a sequence. Tim Hancock in the white polo shirt, just measuring the race, measuring the course, just checking the line axis, making sure that everything is square for a good and fair start for this final Gold Fleet race of the afternoon here in Vilamoura. We've got about just under 2 hours of daylight left, so should be plenty of opportunity to get this race away, and the breeze seems to be holding up nicely. Just over 4 minutes to the start.
Andy, you know, when they sight, you see the flag that says start, and it's running up a shroud for that mast, so they have something firm and vertical to look at, and they look at either side of it. When they're sighting down to the other end of the line, just to be technical, are they looking, is it it's off a flag off the boat on the other end of the line? Is there someone on that end of the line looking back, making comments as well?
Yes, there will be. So there'll be someone sighting directly down the line from both ends, and that's an absolutely critical thing to do in the final minute before the start, and of course particularly at start time, to see if anybody has broken the line too soon. What you were talking about earlier, that UFD disqualification for stay out and pick on. I think it's been a pretty clean day so far. I don't think anybody has suffered from a start line disqualification so far. But the way that this is stacking up with just 3.5 minutes to go, it looks like the right-hand side is extremely popular. And if you want the pin end of the line at the other end, you can probably have it all to yourself.
And we know from yesterday, as we got near the very end of the day, that breeze did follow the sunshine, and that wasn't happening on this previous Gold Fleet race. But maybe that's starting to happen. Let's see.
Yeah, so is there even an opportunity to do what the French 49er men did yesterday when they started on port tack at the committee boat behind the starboard tackers and made a beeline straight out for the right-hand side of the race course late yesterday afternoon? I wonder if that is an option, but there was a little bit more wind for that, so I don't know if that's such a viable strategy in this lighter breeze.
Yeah, it'd be cool if you called it, though.
Well, let's find out. Let's see if anyone's going to go for the port tack start, because the absolute classic port tack start is when he managed to cross the whole of the fleet on starboard.
Off the pin end.
Off the pin end.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see that today. It's really hard to execute in light winds. You need quite a bit of bias on the pin end of the line. But a port tack start behind the rest of the fleet, you don't see that much at amateur level, because there's always a few tail end Charlies that are going to screw up your approach. But when you're talking about everyone at a professional level like this, stacked up on the line so closely, taking that port tack start behind the fleet, it's short-term pain for potentially long-term gain, like we saw with the French 49er men yesterday.
Yeah, when they were interviewed by Pedro after that, they said that they were definitely gunning to do that. So they were like, we saw it, we went for it, we crushed it.
That's right. That's absolutely right. So who do we think is looking keenest to get over this side? Well, I see France 84 second from the left. They were second in the previous race. And
Sweden won.
Sweden won. They're in there as well. Okay. And look how much space there is down this end of the line. If you want it all to yourself, you've got it.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the case, if there's just a little bit more breeze on the middle right-hand side of the course, then that's a dramatic difference. That is the Norwegian team.
Wow. That suggests to me that they are going to go for this port tack start underneath the fleet. Is that Norway?
That's a different Norway.
Yeah, I wonder if it is a different Norway.
Yeah, that's Norway 8. So that's Pia and Nora.
Okay, all right. So not our Norwegians, Nathan Ronigan, Norway 26, who are leading this regatta.
And there's, you see just on your screen there, right in that pack is Norway 1. We got 48 seconds left. The fleet is a little bit more spread out, but it's definitely packed up there. It looks like whoever thinks that they think they got it nailed for winning this race, feels like they have to start at the boat end of the line. So we're coming up on 35 seconds. Definitely biased towards the boat.
It's so congested up by the boat right now. It's going to be very difficult to execute a clean start and get a clear lane out of the right-hand end of the line, the left hand as we look at it from our drone's eye view right now.
20 seconds, and we look like we have that German pair up there, Germany 55. They are not shy. They won the first 2 races today, and they're going for it at the favorite end of the line. I think that's awesome.
That's amazing. So Germany, with 5 seconds to go, in amongst the pack, and now the acceleration begins. They heel to leeward, and then they whack the boat upright. They were allowed that one acceleration without breaking the kinetics rules, and it looks like a good start for Australia up at the far end of the line. Good starts for Belgium at this end of the line. Poland 525 on the right of our screen, a little bit further back. Sweden 1, I see in front of the committee boat in the far distance. They've already tacked on to port, and so many of the boats that started at the committee boat end have already tacked on to port. But Germany 55 still on starboard, and it looks like Germany 55 have had a pretty decent start, good enough to be able to hold their lane. And well, would this be a potential third race win for Bergman and Veal from Germany? We'll find out in the coming minutes.
Yeah, I would say it's really fascinating to go for it when you've already won 2, but that's the mode that they're in right now. We're looking at the middle end of the course. We have Belgium 4, best start in the middle of the course, and I think that they have the I'm just seeing which Norwegian team is on their hip. So that was Pia and Nora in Norway 8 on Belgium's hip. And then the Australians, Harding and Wilmot, who really sailed a really fantastic, I think they sailed one of the best races in the fleet in terms of hanging in there in that last race. And right now they probably had the best start coming out of the boat.
So we've already got about 10 boats who've tacked onto port tack. They really want to take advantage of this anticipated right-hand turn in the breeze as we're getting into the final hour and a half of sunlight, and the thermal breeze, the thermally driven breeze driven by the heat of the sun. The sun is tracking right across the horizon because we are in the northern hemisphere, and so these are the sort of the big picture considerations that lead to these short-term considerations, like which end of a start line do you start from on a 2-lap 49er FX race.
And this is the furthest left-hand boat, Poland 525 with France just above them, but that doesn't, they're the furthest left, but the boats right up on their hip, the Australian boats, the Lewin LaFrance, Belgium, they have a little bit of an advantage. They were just a little more advanced on the starting line. But it's interesting that pack is really committed. Poland, Japan, Sweden, Germany, Denmark, and Norway really committed to the right-hand side. But I really think it's the group that waited a little bit, that were a little bit patient, and then flopped over to head to the right, that have the best chance of at least picking up. Because right now the tracker shows the kind of the 5 boats from the middle left that are on starboard that have the advantage at the moment.
And I think one of them is still Germany 55. I think Germany 55 is one of this group that is still yet to tack, but it looks like Germany 55 hasn't quite got it as good as Italy 20 in the middle of our shot right now. It looks like Italy 20 is looking very strong, but not too bad from Germany 55 either, just behind them.
Okay, so not a lot of changes. Everyone's kind of committed right now to the side that they're heading for. Just a little note to our observers that this group right here that you're looking at right now, this pack that's leading on the tracker, they started at the boat. So just because you start at the right-hand end of the line doesn't mean you're going right. It usually means that end of the line is a little bit closer to the weather mark, and you want to take advantage of maybe some more breeze there, but that doesn't mean that you're going to end up on the right side of the course.
No, that's true. But looking good for Australia still. Harding and Wilmot going nicely out this side. The Lewin LaFrance sisters from Canada at the bottom of our picture, still with a nice lot of clean air over this side of the race course. So we've got a big split now developing between this pack that we're looking at going out towards the left as the sailors look at it, and the right on the far side in the distance towards the city of Vilamoura.
And this is a great angle. If you drew a straight line between the first boats from this pack and the leading boats from that pack, it's everyone kind of on the ends. And in the middle, unless the breeze starts to get a little shiftier, that's exactly where the placings are right now. But as things shift, if it shifts left, this group will take over, and the middle boats that are middle left will gain their advantage. We have one boat, which boat is that just tacked? I think that was the Italians, Italy 20, that had just tacked. and is in the middle of your course. They're ducking another boat. They're ducking Germany 55. So that's Germany 55 right there, the top boat of the day so far, and they're continuing to go left. This last bit of the beat, I mean, this group is really far left. They're really hanging it out there. Yeah, the Australians tacking now, and
is that the Lewin-Lafrance sisters?
It looks like the Lewin-Lafrance sisters from Canada.
So it looks like the Canadians were waiting for the Australians to tack. I think the Canadians would have liked the Australians to have tacked sooner. And it's interesting that Germani and Bertuzzi tacked over and were prepared to duck the transom of Germany 55. I mean, that's quite a giveaway. So I just wonder if the Italians were getting uncomfortable over on the left-hand side of the racetrack and were basically in the game of chicken. They ducked a little bit quicker than Germany 55. Germany 55 has now tacked onto port, I think. I know, actually, it's hard to tell from this perspective. I think, actually, no, they have. So all the boats we're looking at here have tacked onto port. And Germany 55 and Italy 20 in their own little match race on the left of our screen.
And now you start to see those boats coming back. If we could get the drone to go up higher and towards the middle a little bit, we're going to get to see what these crossing situations look like from really a great vantage point right now. You can see those boats on the right-hand side of the course. Most of them are on starboard tack. Some of them are even further on ley line. There's a lot of times where there's like a mile or so or more between the boats across the course if you measured the distance. So, any small change in the breeze is going to make hundreds of yards difference.
Yeah, absolutely right. I think what's impressive about this breeze is, light as it is not that fluky, is not shifting enormous amounts. So this is mostly a speed race.
Looking at the way these sailors are on port tack, and the Australians here, they don't look as loaded up, like they're getting lifted all the time like the German team looked like on both of those beats in the previous race. They're kind of coming in, they're kind of pointing down occasionally at the other boats coming out of the right. So this is like you said, this is a really even race course. I don't think the tracker is telling the whole story right now. I think the right-hand side of the course, at least the first 5 boats from there, are pretty strong. So if there's any change at all here, both these groups are hung out to dry, but Germany and Italy 20 specifically is really best suited to take advantage of whatever comes through.
Yeah, you know what? I think Germany 55 are beginning to look pretty strong again. It's just statistically so unlikely that one team would be able to win 3 races in one go in these kind of conditions today. But it looks to me like Marla Bergman and Hannah Veal are certainly in the fight to win another race right now.
Andy, I'm going to stop you, but you already made the commentator's curse. So,
what did I just do?
Be careful. Take it back.
Yes, I take it back. I take it back.
Good. Just for their sake.
Yes.
But yeah, looking at this beat, I think looks like they did just cross that threshold where the right side just isn't getting enough to get at them, and then Italy 20. We'll see what happens when Italy 20 comes back, because they're to leeward of this group. So just to the right of the Belgian team that tacked, that's where Italy 20 is. That's the only really threatening boat, and that's the boat that came in from there. There they are. That's the boat that came in from the right and then tacked underneath the rest of them. So they're in an excellent position. But man, all those boats that decided to go to the right-hand side right after the start, it's just not working out. One of them is our current world champions, Bobek and Netzler. I feel really bad for them. But here they go. Italy 20, Germani and Bertuzzi. Let's see how they come in against the Germans. I bet you they're going to be just behind. But man, the way those two played that beat, really smart, really finesse, very precise.
Very, very good. And look, would you believe it? Would you believe it? I'm not going to mention who has just gone round in the lead. You can say that, Chris Muesler.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like, it's really light. We got the Australians, again, coming after a really strong race, fighting off a lot of teams. The Australia 47 is just rounding in 3rd. The Japanese team, we haven't seen them too much, Tanaka and Nagamatsu. And
slow tack for Canada, but they get round in 5th place. So it looks like the Lewin-Lafrance sisters have managed to get round. They hold off on their hoist for a little moment, just trying to defend on the boat behind them.
I think you're right on the boat speed with that German team. And as we watch the rest of these boats round, really fantastic footage here. Look at how stacked it is on that ley line. Look at how far away some of the boats are that have overlaps on the outside around that weather mark.
ESP 23 Echegoyen and Barcelo just get around the windward mark. Looks like Odile van Aanholt. Oh, they're going to hit the mark. The Dutch hit the mark. They're in all kinds of trouble. So this is not going well for Van Aanholt and Annette Doets. They're going to need to take a penalty spin once they get clear of that robot mark.
But there go the Spanish. They are so sharp. Look at how much distance that they gained on the French right after that set. Look at that. And then they took off 2 boat lengths right off the bat on the Germans that are behind them.
And you can see the Spanish on the right pushing high, trying to overtake the French. I don't think they're going to manage to do that. They're going to drag everybody high with them in their personal little match race. And meanwhile, out of the front, who is it? What's the sail number, Chris Muesler?
I'll say it because you cursed them before. But Germany 59, Bergman and Wiley, and then you can go through second and fifth.
Jana Germani and Giorgia Bertuzzi, second overall in the regatta, second in this race. In third place, Laura Harding and Annie Wilmot. In fourth place, Japan, Misaki Tanaka, Sarah Nagamatsu, and then the Georgia and Antonia Lewin-Lafrance sisters from Canada in fifth.
And here are our former regatta winners, our regatta leaders, the Italian 20, Germani and Bertuzzi. Still sailing really, really well. Look at them. Second place, really strong. If anyone had any question about where they came from, they are stamping their authority on this regatta as a young group and currently holding the slot for the Olympic Games for right now, the national spot.
Yes, that's looking more and more certain that it's going to go towards Italy the way that they're sailing.
And the leaders had just jibed out here. I think they didn't take their time like last time to jibe on to port. So I think that might be pretty telling. There might be something else coming in from the other side of the course.
So playing it a little bit more down the middle this time for Germany 55, but this is becoming a familiar pattern to see Marla Bergman and her crew, Hannah Veal, leading because they've won 2 races so far today, and wouldn't it be amazing if Bergman and Veal can win all 3 races this afternoon? What an amazing moment.
If Bergman and Veal are the standouts from today, I would say the second standouts from today are Harding and Wilmot. If they're able to hold a top 5 finish today, I would say they've had the toughest time of it and have really kept their poise and positioning. It's that group. Remember we were talking about out of the top 2 or 3 sometimes where then there's a big gap, and then there's everyone right on your transom, pushing you. And Wilmot and Harding are the ones that have kind of been under that pressure all that previous race and all this race. But they're really getting their way and poking their nose out.
Yeah, good sailing by the Australians, that's for sure. And the breeze holding up nicely. We do have to wait a little bit during the day here in Vilamoura for the breeze, for the thermal to kick in, but it's about 22 degrees air temperature and it's generated a pleasant and very reliable sea breeze this afternoon, and we are reaching the halfway point of this final of 3 races this afternoon in the 49er FX European Championships. Meanwhile, there's also racing going on for the 49er men. We haven't kept up with what's going on over there. We've been too busy talking about the FXs, and also the Nacra 17 competition continues. We saw earlier in the live stream John Gimpson and Anna Burnett win their race in the Nacra 17.
It's definitely a little bit lighter than it was the race before. You see the crews sitting right in on top of the centerboard. Here they are coming into the gate. Easy lead for them. They were a little bit high, but right on their transom is Italy 20, Germani and Bertuzzi. Beautiful mark rounding, letting the crew do all the work, and it's really light right now, so you're going to see the skipper probably be the one out on the wire the most.
That's right. I mean, look how late that drop was for the Germans. They didn't care that it was a late drop. It was keeping the kite filling all the way to the point of reaching this robot mark, because they know that the helmsman's weight is enough weight to balance the boat in these light winds. And around come the French, France 84. Sarah Steyer and Charlene Picon. So that's been a good run for the French. And going out the far side, it looks like the Lewin-Lafrance sisters from Canada have got ahead of the Japanese. The Japanese were in third, and now they've lost a couple of places. And a bit of a slow rounding by Poland 14, but they do eventually get the boat around. And Norway 26. These are the yellow bib wearers. Nason Ronigan, the overall leaders in this competition, and hanging tough. They're still with another top 10 position, so should be enough to keep their overall lead in the competition going into the final day tomorrow.
Fantastic, and with the Americans rounding right behind them, and also working in Hoffman and Bartelheimer from Germany, the teammates of the leaders, rounding. And you know what's happening here is that sometimes the split isn't what side of course you want to go to; it's the path of least resistance in these big groups of boats. So my guess is that at least half these decisions are made by, you know, where you have the ability to go versus where you want to go.
And some of those decisions are made very, very late, and it's one of the great frustrations for 49er crews is that sometimes the helm doesn't say until very late whether we're going to do a jibe drop or we're going to do a straight drop, because it's all about how the situation is unfolding around you. And all of those things are part of the reason why the rich get richer in sailboat racing, because these are the kind of compromises you have to make when you're stuck in the middle of the pack.
Cool, and here we are just coming up the middle of the course. I mean, Germany 55, they're playing it just right. If you look at the tracker, right, we're looking at right now, if you look behind them, one side is half the fleet, the other side of them is the other half the fleet. They have every option on the table, so they're really perfectly covering the fleet. And that's the only way you can do it. You just need options, sailing up the middle of the course, making sure you're staying in pressure.
And the question they'll be asking themselves is, we know that mostly hanging a little bit more left is what's worked so far today, but we can't take that for granted. We've got to keep an eye over our shoulder, because we know that the breeze, as it starts getting softer in this latter part of the day, as the sun loses its strength, the right can tend to be the better place to be. So it's hedging your bets between what's worked earlier in the afternoon to what you think is going to work later in the afternoon.
Well, I think the question they're going to be asking themselves is, why haven't we been sailing like this earlier in the regatta?
It's so easy at the front.
I know. And that you remember we were talking, what was that? Confidence reservoir or something like that.
The reservoir of confidence. Well, they've been filling that today, haven't they? I mean, the hose pipe's been turned on full.
Yeah, the spigot is open for to fill up the confidence.
Yeah. And you can see Canada 71 in the background. They're in about 4th or 5th overall, and that's quite a healthy lead that the Germans have on the boat that's 4th or 5th. Therefore, you know, one of the other front runners in this race. So it's quite a comfortable lead, if you can ever say it's comfortable in these light air conditions.
This race course right now looks more balanced than it has. We've been seeing the last race and this race, the left really coming in. But, you know, and we've been talking about that influence of the breeze going right with the sun. It hasn't happened yet, but I really do see the course being balanced. Now, what I do see is I see Germany 55 coming up probably to cover, you know, they're coming across. To our right is Italy 20, Bertuzzi, and Germani. But the majority of the fleet is to the right, and this is the most balanced I see the course. So Germany 55 has to be careful that they're not getting too far away from the majority of the fleet. And there they go. They just tacked right when I say they were getting a little risky. And they tacked right on top of the Italians, who tacked back. They don't want to be sitting in bad air, heading all the way across towards those other boats.
That was sort of unnecessarily aggressive by Germany, I felt there. I thought it would have been better to herd Italy over in the same direction rather than bounce them away from you, because now they've got to worry about whether the Italians actually get something better out to the left. I think being so tough with the tack, well, there you have it. There's my answer. So no, it's perfectly okay, because the Italians clearly didn't want to stay on starboard tack any longer than they had to. So that double tack has really hurt the Italians quite badly.
And I would say I wouldn't even consider it aggressive. I would consider it the posture of this team today is to go for it. I think you kind of mentioned it earlier. They probably have really great wheels, really great speed in this. They feel like they can go where they want to go.
But no, but that's the reason why I say what I do. When you know you've got good wheels, there's no reason to get into a match race with anybody else. You herd them in the same direction because you know you're faster than them anyway. Anyway, it's a bit academic because you can see that the Italians have actually dropped further back.
Right, absolutely. And you know, it's only 6 knots. I think the highest wind speed we saw was 7 knots earlier in the previous race. But I guess my point was they were starting aggressively. They're sailing aggressively. They do have good speed, and they're just increasing their advantage.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they didn't back off in the way they started. You know, you could say, oh, we've won 2 races. Let's be play it a bit safe and let's not ruin the day. But no, you've got to keep on doing what's been winning for you already, and that's easier said than done sometimes. So to have the courage to keep on sailing the way that they've sailed takes some doing, and they are doing it wonderfully.
Yeah, I get so excited when I see a team, particularly a young team like this, just they're not looking back. They do not care what anyone else thinks about them or what anyone is, even thinking about what their performance should be based on their age or experience. They don't care.
Days like today are life-changing, aren't they? Because you go from being one of the Olympic hopefuls to being having the expectation that you actually know what you're doing.
That I can do it. And Maria Jubilee was saying that when you interviewed her yesterday. She goes, beating the current gold medalists, current world champions yesterday and staying on top. She goes, we proved to ourselves that we can do it, that we belong here. And that's what this team is doing right now.
And they are also sticking it to the Italians behind them because they've got a slightly higher mode, or the Italians are just slightly caving into the line. So the Italians put in 2 clearing tacks and they've almost fallen down to the line of the Germans. So it's just getting better and better for the Germans.
Yeah.
But that's what we see on this side of the racecourse. I wonder if anyone is making any kind of hay on the other side of the racecourse.
And I think they are. And certainly that tacking on the Italians and making them do 2 tacks push them back into this group, and you're going to see them really struggle with the next 5 boats while Germany keeps the advantage. And that is such a mature move by the Germans, because now what happens, instead of having a boat right behind them and a group right behind them, now they have a little bit of a gap, and then that person that was right behind them is going to go slow with a big group of boats. So now they're just going to be able to extend their lead.
Well, there we have it. Just about to execute their final tack of the race. And straight into, well, that's another reason why they tacked where they did. I didn't realize they were so high up on the ley line. So tacking aggressively on the Italians, they weren't actually being aggressive at all. So I take that back.
that was just their ley line.
They were already on the ley line.
It just happened to work out very well for them to extend. Now you see that gave them an extra 4 or 5 boat lengths. And luckily for the Italians, maybe they didn't give up too much on that other group.
No, it looks like middle left was still the best way to go up this race course. So the power
Beautiful
of the right,
set.
yeah, very, very good. And, Germani and Bertuzzi, they're certainly keeping themselves in the hunt, definitely for the podium and very much still for the overall win. It'll be interesting to see how Helene Naess and Mary Ronigan are doing, the Norwegian team, because that's the other boat that the Italians need to create some points gap between.
And Stair and Picon, who had a really great race, that last race that we saw, they're in 3rd place, sailing really well. The Japanese are back in the hunt, which is fantastic. And then Lou and LaFrance sisters are still right there in the mix. Let's see where they end up.
Here come Naess and Ronigan with the yellow bibs. So going round in about 8th place, so not too bad. There's Roble and Shea just tacking in.
Oh, I actually missed out on that that gap there. But now we're a little further down into 10th place now.
Right, just a quick confirmation of the top 5 round the windward mark for the final time. The Germans leading, Italy in 2nd, France in 3rd, Japan in 4th, and the Canadian sisters, Lou and LaFrance sisters, still in 5th place.
Yep, and the Australians, my picks for hardest fought positions of the day, are sitting in 4th place right now, Harding and Wilmot. And looking down the fleet, I mean, it's been Lim and Lowe who've had moments of brilliance from Singapore or down in the teens, and Grenier and Ryu, who were just poked their heads up into the top 10 earlier in that last race, are struggling in this race, unfortunately. And Van Anholt and Dutz in Sweden won the world champions, former world champion, way in the back of the fleet. It's just not their day.
Interesting that there's been an early jibe set by France 84 by Stayart and Picon. I feel like that's quite a brave move when you're high up in the pack. Meanwhile, here is the traffic and trying to get through the traffic of the Belgians and then the Dutch and the Swedish, so our world champions from the previous 2 years. Sweden going straight into a jibe set. Sometimes that's the jibe set of desperation.
And then Italy 72 just having to do a spin there, probably just for an infraction for that mark. But looking at the downwind here, it's really fantastic to see France 84 doing that jibe. Andy, I think that was actually a perfect move because Italy 20, remember we said that they were like a little bit pushed back by Germany tacking on them, and they had that big group behind them. Well, Stair and Picon were in that big group right up against them, and they just peeled off to just get a little bit more free air. Even though they had to go under some bad air, they left that boat that was right in front of them with a big group of boats, and they were free to sail their own race. So I think you're going to see some big gains from them because those big packs of boat, like I talked about before, the breeze goes over those big packs of boats.
Interesting. Okay, well, let's see if that early jibe set for the French does work out. Meanwhile, here are our leading Germans. Are they going to win a third race on the trot today? Are they actually going to enjoy a perfect outing on the Atlantic Ocean today? What an amazing result that would be for Germany 55.
What does that mean on the trot? Like while you're moving?
Oh, I don't know. I could say yes.
Can you translate that from English for me?
No, not really. On the bounce, can you say that? Three in a row.
Basketball?
3 in a row. A hat trick. Do you know what hat trick is?
A hat trick, yeah.
You call that a three-peat. I'm not going to use...
Three-peat's good too.
I'm not going to use that again. No way.
All right, well, whatever it is, it's absolutely fantastic. And here's that team. We get to watch, hey, let's call it as it is. One of the best sailors in the world, best teams in the world. Let's see what their form looks like.
Keeping it smooth. Marla Bergman on the trapeze at the back of the boat, and Hannah Veal just crouching in, keeping her weight low around the bottom of the mast. Nice thing about these skiffs is they don't really like being thrown around, so that Rule 42 problem you have with slower boats like lasers or 470s, you're tempted to want to apply kinetic energy to it to pump an ooch and rock the boat. The 49er just likes to be kept pretty smooth.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's not about shaking wind out of the sail or anything like that. It's just about the power transfer. And also their foils, even though they're kind of older now, this is more than a 25-year-old design, their blades, their centerboard, their dagger board and their rudder are still very high aspect, very thin, and it's very easy to disrupt that flow.
That's right. So this is why you're seeing them move around cat-like around the boat, just subtle changes. And they make it look very easy because these boats naturally want to fall over all the time. They're extremely inherently unstable.
Yeah, if you just put it in the water at the dock with no wind, it'll capsize.
Yeah, within 2 seconds. Here is that moment. Can you believe it? Marla Bergman, Hannah Veal crossed the finish line for the third time today in the lead. Yeah. They have just enjoyed a perfect day on the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
3 wins from 3 races in the Gold Fleet of the 49er FX European Championships.
Oh my God, they're pumped. Where's Pedro? Pedro jinxed them in a good way.
Wow.
That's really fantastic.
Yeah, she just Hannah just lifts her glasses. She can't quite believe it's real.
And it's Wilma, right?
It's Marla and Hannah.
Marla. So little shout out to Marla. I bet you we're going to get to talk with them here. Marla's going to give our social media to Lahoud a ride to Cadiz. So
yes.
Not only is she a great sailor, but she's a really kind person.
She's going to have an iPhone 15 in her face all the way from Vilamoura to Cadiz, getting that crucial exclusive interview from Alexia Lahoud, our social media maestro here at 49er and Nacra World.
And there's Stair and Pecan just giving him a little shout out saying congratulations.
Okay, so Pedro, over to you out on the water.
So, I had the feeling that I was going to talk to you girls again, with those smiles after the finish of the previous race. Somehow I knew it. I followed your race. I saw a beautiful start from the committee boat, and you nailed that ley line on the first beat. It was absolutely exactly spot on. Well done. Tell me what you felt and how did you manage to put such a perfect strategy on this race?
I think at the start this time it was a bit more crowded at the boat end because people started to realize, okay, we want to start on the right side to have the control. And then we were a bit like, do we start here? Like, do we take the risk or do we go a bit like lured off the boat? And then we're like, okay, no, we can do this. We're going to start at the boat end. And then we had quite a fight with the Italians, Italy 20, for the perfect gap. And I think we both managed quite well. We both had quite a good lane, and then from then it was just speed.
Lovely. That's the spirit. I want to see more of that tomorrow. So now for sure you're doing a huge jump on the scoreboard.
Yes.
I mean, with 2 bullets.
No, 3.
3 bullets.
Three
Yes.
bullets.
Oh, 3 bullets.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see the first race. There's 3 bullets.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yes.
I'm taking them to dinner tonight, okay? If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna dinner between the 3 of us. Well, anyway, it was lovely to see you. I love to see such happy faces, and we're looking forward to see you girls again tomorrow.
Thank
well
you.
done.
Thank
nice
you.
job. Lovely.
Yes.
Well, let's see if Pedro gets his dinner date this evening with the Golden Girls of the 49er FX fleet. And what an amazing 3-bullet day they have enjoyed. There is confirmation of the first finishers across the line. The German girls winning that race ahead of Steyart and Picon, the French, who have got 2 bullets in the last 2 races. Germani and Bertuzzi in 3rd. Chris's favourite Australians getting 4th place across the line, the Harding and Wilmot. So, Chris, the Germans, Germany 55, started the day in 15th. Where do you reckon they're up to now?
They are, at least provisionally, looking at the SAP results, they're in 4th place right now. That is a monster jump in the scores. I said Harding and Wilmot from Australia had kind of the biggest struggle but best results of the day for considering the positions in the fleet they were in. But, there's a big gap from basically that top 4 boats and then the rest of the fleet. There's, you're getting into triple digits at that point. So, I mean, that's ridiculous. That is it. I mean, I don't think there's anyone across this whole regatta of all 3 fleets that made a jump like that.
No, absolutely. That it just goes to show it's never over until it's over. I mean, to be outside of the medal race and then within a day to get yourself well inside the medal race and actually have a shot at the podium now. I mean, it's quite possible that Bergman and Vila could come away from Vilamoura with a medal.
Yeah,
so
absolutely, easily. There are more races left.
So here's the highlights of that race, and just look at the gaggle of boats up there. Somewhere in amongst them is Germany 55. So that did prove, there you see it on the left of screen. Germany 55 starting about 5 or 6 boats down from the committee boat end of the line. Great start for the Australians. Australia 47 up that end of the line as well. So that was the smart place to be. That's why it was so busy up that end.
Right, and what we learned from that is it wasn't just the fact that they started at the right-hand end, which was probably just a little bit further upwind or closer to the weather mark, but that they were able to stay there and stay on that tack and take it all the way across the course to the left-hand side. And that's an interesting thing. If you want to go to the left-hand side, you usually start on the left-hand side of the line. But in this case, I bet you that boat was just favored enough, angled upwind enough, that you needed that advantage. You must have taken that advantage and then take it all the way across to the right-hand side. And that was the winning move.
And so they didn't actually have to duck anybody else. They dictated their own race the whole way. And you remember, Germani and Bertuzzi were in control of their own race, but at some point they decided they had to tack and duck behind the Germans. So Germany 55 always had their nose out ahead of all their rivals.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Italians actually had to really work their way, through the top of that fleet. They always had pressure from behind them all the way up until that last downwind leg. Remember, Steyart and Picon, they had to, and here they are right now. Steyart and Picon had, were almost past them there on that last downwind leg.
So Germany 55 coming in from the port ley line, tacking in just ahead of the Italians, going straight into the bearaway and then the hoist. Germany 55 closely chased by Italy 20. And Italy 20 still very much in the hunt for winning overall, and you even begin to wonder if Germany 55, the way they're setting, can they actually win a medal here? Australia going round in 3rd.
Look at how close that mark rounding was. I didn't notice that the first time around.
The Canadian sisters going round in about 4th or 5th place, and Steyart and Picon, well, they will later finish 2nd in this race. They go round in 5th, so a good gain by them during this race. So a brief mistake there by the Dutch, just trying to get round the windward mark in amongst all the traffic. It's not been a good day for Van Aanholt and Doots. We are going to cut away from the highlights of this FX race. We're going to go to a short break because we hope to bring you the last of the action this afternoon of the 49er men. So do stay with us because we're coming back to you shortly for some 49er action.
Vilamoura é conhecida pelos seus elevados padrões de qualidade urbanística e ambiental. Uma referência assente num rigoroso planeamento que permite um desenvolvimento sustentável. Nascida da ambição de Cupertino de Miranda nos idos anos 50 e, posteriormente, da visão de André Jordan nos anos 90, Vilamoura é hoje um importante polo de atração para famílias que vivem cá durante todo o ano ou simplesmente para aqueles que escolhem vir passar uns dias de férias inesquecíveis. A Inframoura tem feito orgulhosamente parte da história do desenvolvimento de Vilamoura, garantindo nas áreas que se ocupa que Vilamoura está em boas mãos. Desde 2007 que uma equipa dedicada se ocupa diariamente dos 18 km² de território onde coexistem locais e visitantes num harmonioso ambiente cosmopolita. Todos os dias, mais de 16.800 pessoas sabem que podem contar connosco. Estamos em várias frentes do cotidiano de quem cá vive e dos que nos visitam, garantindo fornecimento de água através de uma rede eficiente de mais de 180 km, com perdas mínimas ao longo do sistema. Gerimos também toda a rede de saneamento e gerimos todo o espaço público, criando e mantendo espaços verdes, assegurando a limpeza pública e toda a recolha de resíduos, incluindo a recolha seletiva com pontos de recolha em todo o território. Somos também os responsáveis pela rede viária, garantindo a sua expansão e conservação. Ao longo da nossa operação abrimos novas vias e requalificamos profundamente outras, criando um sistema eficiente de circulação e novas áreas de lazer. Queremos sobretudo que sejam fáceis e cómodas as deslocações dentro do nosso território e por isso temos apostado na mobilidade e na inclusão, criando vias pedonais e cicláveis e disponibilizando bicicletas de uso partilhado desde 2010. Mantivemos a malha ciclável funcional e criámos novas ciclovias. A criação de um território mais equilibrado e coeso está no nosso ADN. Por isso temos um cuidado extremo na manutenção e criação de novas áreas públicas, aumentando as zonas verdes e contribuindo para a descarbonização. Vamos pela via verde no que respeita às opções sustentáveis, gerando energias limpas e colocando-as à disposição de todos. Essa estratégia levou-nos a certificar as nossas boas práticas. Estamos cada vez mais apostados em contribuir para a descarbonização e por um território amigo do ambiente. São muitos os momentos de que nos orgulhamos ao longo destes anos. Um caminho pontuado de feitos e reconhecimento que nos tem dado motivação redobrada para responder aos desafios que temos pela frente. Este trabalho é acompanhado por uma comunicação ativa e de proximidade que nos permite estar em contacto permanente com os nossos clientes. E é para eles que trabalhamos, para aqueles que encontram em Vilamoura o melhor sítio para viver, para passar férias, para praticar desporto ou para investir. Contem connosco para continuar a fazer de Vilamoura a referência que hoje é e que amanhã continuará a ser como símbolo de qualidade de vida, equilíbrio e sustentabilidade.
Why? Why cross continents? Why conquer the sea? Challenge the winds. Why push boundaries and cross the limits? Won't stop mobbing till I count 100 stacks. Even with a GPS, you couldn't get to where I'm at. Up in these facing the cold and the rain. If you carried all these bags, you would have a bad bag. We do it for the moments. Down low, money out the bag, don't round up. Left class and I left the ground float. Don't ask if you ain't about dope. Shorty pants told her drop it down low. Money out the bag, don't round up. Up in first class, got the ground float. Don't ask if you ain't about dope. Won't stop mobbing till I'm counting up. Arrive at the sunset for the memories that are ours.
Do you feel me? Do you want to feel this? Live this the way you want to. No need to adapt. No need for a revolution. I'm evolution. And we'll do this together. You, me, the sea that goes in your hair, the sound that plays in your ear, the color green that has a smell, the taste that stays in your memory. I'm a choice, and I could say a lot about why you should make it. But this is not about words. It's about Vilamoura becoming extraordinary.
Há segredos que só o mar pode revelar. Histórias que só os pescadores podem contar. Aqui em Quarteira todos os caminhos vão dar ao mar. E toda a gente vive do mar e para o mar. Afinal, somos pescadores de Quarteira. Eu sei porque estás aqui. Queres a minha receita, não é? Para descobrires, terás de vir comigo.
Boa noite, mestre.
Boa noite, camaradas. Apanha, arreuscado. Hoje vamos enfrentar as ondas com coragem e sabedoria.
Pode ser que haja sorte e que o mar generoso traga a nossa vontade.
Ele está com amor.
Aqui está ela. Antigamente vinha carregada até à gola. O material deste qualquer um trabalho.
Mas o que importa é conhecer o peixe antes de fazer o petis.
Boa tarde, Joaquim.
Boa tarde. Está aqui as sardinhas que me pediste.
Muito obrigado. Poucos no mundo têm disto, mas aqui apanhamos no nosso quintal. Sou filho de Quarteira. O mar é a minha vida e a minha vida é o mar.
A gente está a vender mais caro, é?
Welcome back to Vilamoura in South Portugal. Hi, I'm Andy Rice, and with Chris Musler we have most of the final race of the afternoon of the 49er men to talk about. That's who you can see in the distance. And Chris, the wind is just about holding up, but as the sun goes down, we can expect this wind to get weaker and weaker, I would expect.
Absolutely. I mean, we watched the whole FX series go from double trapezing to hiking off the bow to the crew sitting in the middle of the boat downwind. So that's the direction things are going right now. And but the direction that things are going for Schneidner and De Planta from Swiss 2, who've had a little bit of a tough regatta so far, they are doing really well right now in this current race. But I'll let Andy tell you where the results were leading. This is actually...
Well, this is going into the start of the day.
Yeah.
So this is as things stood at the start of the day, with Bildstein and Hussel 4 points ahead of McCarty and McKenzie. But they've had 2 races completed already. The Fantella brothers won the first of those races. The McKiwis won the second of those races, and that moved them into the overall lead ahead of Bildstein and Hussel. But those two teams, the two front two overall in the standings, are not having a particularly good race in this one. As things stand at the moment, you've got to go a long way down to find McCarty and McKenzie in 19th. And I'm just looking to see where Bildstein and Hussel, though they're actually right behind in 20th. So there's a little match race going on at the back of the fleet between the front two in the overall standings. But as you can see there, Switzerland 2, that is Sebastian Schneider, Arnaud de Planta, second in the worlds this year. Not having such a strong week this week, but they're sailing a particularly strong race right now as they come down towards the bottom mark, with Croatia 83 winners of the race earlier this afternoon, and France 95 winners of the last race yesterday afternoon in similarly light winds, also vying for the lead in this race. So a marginal lead and a very slow rounding for Switzerland as another French boat comes down in 4th place, France 51. But the battle right now, with a marginal advantage to Switzerland. Oh, they're barely moving. I mean, they're going okay downwind, but they round the bottom mark and they pretty much stop.
Yeah, and just for our viewers here, this is right on the limit. We know from the race committee that this is, this is the bottom edge of the breeze. We were seeing go from 7 knots to 6 knots, so we're probably down to 5 knots right now on this course as we get near the end of the day. And there's a limit to these things. We're right at it, and if it stays this way, they can finish the race. They're still competing. They're still moving effectively across the race course. And there's a lot on the table here. I mean, what this is really going for, and we were talking about this before, Andy, is tomorrow morning, 1 fleet race, and then the medal race.
That's correct. So noon tomorrow is when we expect to get racing, with the one big final fleet race for all 3 fleets in the Nacra, the 49er FX and the 49er, and then a brief pause before we get into the 10-boat medal races for each of the 3 classes here in Vilamoura.
And we were watching Dortorli and Del Pech for a little while there, and we're back down to the leeward mark. The way this fleet is split up, it's gonna. I bet we're gonna see a little bit of an extension here on this upwind leg. The last breeze of the day is going to get to someone, and it's going to be on one side of the course or the other, or even in the middle. And whoever gets that is going to kind of have the extension for the rest of the race, is my prediction, as this breeze kind of starts to really lay down.
Well, the Swiss that are leading this race by a slender margin, they came in from the right-hand side of the race course, from middle right on the first beat. So that's a little bit different to what we saw with the way that the German FX team were winning their 3 races on their race course. That was always a little bit more left biased, but it seems like the Swiss found a good route from middle right, and they are, I would say, in these early stages of the second windward leg, middle right again.
Yeah, and if I were the Swiss and I had the Fantella brothers right on me, they're the last people I would want right behind me right now. They're feeling good. They've been sailing pretty well today. They haven't had the greatest regatta, but they're always right there in it. They're a very professional team. They've been sailing together forever, and they're sailing really well right now. And they're a big team, too.
That's right, and I think you look at the Fantella brothers with that red, white and blue logo on the left of picture. I wonder if they are a little bit more punched out than the Swiss. I wonder if the Fantellas have even moved into the lead.
Yeah, like I said, you know, the lighter the breeze gets, the bigger the delta gets a lot of times between, you know, having great pressure and not great pressure. And but they're really close to each other, so it's not like they're spread out across the course all the way on one end or another. But here we're looking at de Torley and Del Pech on the left-hand side of the course. They're probably level with the Swiss and the Croatians. So this is great. We see someone on the left, someone in the middle, and someone just to the right of the middle. And any change that happens, and whoever pops out ahead of this group in the next like minute and a half, will know that's where the more pressure is.
So in the far distance, it's still Switzerland and the Fantellas on the far side, and the French right in the front of our picture, beginning to create some kind of threat from the left. But look at the bouncy waves that they have to get through from time to time.
Yeah, luckily these boats are super skinny, you know, just on the waterline and just below the waterline. And all the size and width you see is all above the water just for leverage to keep the boat, you know, upright and going fast. So it does look painful to us from here, you know, stuffing it through those waves. But when you're on one of these boats and you go in through a wave like that, yeah, they feel it. But, you know, the average person doesn't feel it that much on a boat like that. It's so skinny the way it presents itself to the water.
So the French managing to keep the boat moving. They're doing about 4.5 knots of speed, not very fast by 49er standards, but that's about as fast as a laser would ever go upwind. So
in its life.
Oh, well, now you're getting rude. But they are a little bit faster through the water than their two rivals further to windward. But it looks to me like the Swiss and the Fantellas have a slightly higher angle. So I wonder if the French are just falling away a little bit, and this left-hand side of the racecourse for the French is maybe not working quite so well overall.
Yeah, it also might be one of those things where they're going into a consistent shift and the other boats just haven't gotten there yet. So those are the options we have there. Either they're kind of like falling into lighter air and the other boats aren't going to go that far and tack away, or they're going into a more consistent shift and then they tack on it and they're going to get the advantage.
Well, the French certainly keeping the boat moving nicely through these very difficult conditions.
They're definitely coming near the ley line, and so obviously they're going to be the first ones to tack, we think, unless the Swiss and the Croatians see anything else. And then we have Lambrix and Van der Werken, who earlier in this race were actually really deep. So they must have done something right, cleared their way out of the fleet. They probably started heading left before the groups of boats around them, around that leeward, that first leeward gate. But this is the form that we like to see the Dutch in. This is the form they like to see themselves in. So they're coming right in. The French, we know, it looks like they've extended kind of in a straight line, and we just have to see if they have any breeze or angle to come back and possibly cross the rest of the group.
Just to update you on what's also been going on in the Nacra 17, we saw earlier Gimpson and Burnett from Great Britain win their race. Well, they've had a pretty good day overall, and the points are so close between the top three now. It's still Ugolini and Jubilee ahead, but they are only ahead by a point the last time I looked. Gimpson and Burnett have closed the gap. They're in second place, and Tita and Banty, well, they're only a point behind Gimpson and Burnett, so there's just 2 points separating the top three. Now, that if you go and look at nacra17.org, things might have changed a little bit, but those three on a real breakaway, and I think the medals are pretty much locked in between the British team and the two Italians.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they really are, and it's just going to see if Ugolini and Jubilee can really keep their strength and then hold on to that win. Now, I love this angle of the Croatian team and the Swiss team. The French team just tacked. They're kind of behind us. If you were standing here, they're behind us and to the left of this group or to the right. They're about to tack right now, the Swiss pair, and let's see where they ended up with the French. But I think they're going to lead the French over to the weather mark. I think they're all on ley line, and the Croatians going to attack right underneath them. My guess is that the Croatians leading off in this light air, you know, we talk about it in match racing, light air lead back. If you're to leeward and ahead, you have the chance to keep your bow free, put your bow down. You can see the wrinkles in the front of these sails. When it's windy, they're smooth. Everything's pulled on tight, and the sails are flattened out to get rid of power. Now they're all wrinkled up. They're like bags. They need to add as much power as possible. But I think that the Croatians probably, I would bet the most on them because they have their bow free. Everyone's on their hip. They have more options, and they're going to get to the ley line sooner. You can see them right here. Yeah, they're looking fantastic. And actually, who's that other boat underneath them? That's probably France 95.
Yes, I think it is. Ruel and Amoros. They were winners of the race late yesterday afternoon, and they're right in contention here as well. But Switzerland's still looking good, hard on the ley line, and they look like they've got a little bit more breeze than the Fantellas and the French further to leeward. But you look at that on the tracking, and as you say, Chris, it looks like Croatia has the tactical advantage the way they're positioned.
Right now, Croatia doesn't have their bow as free to go up and down exactly what they want with the French to leeward of them. And I have a feeling that that's so strong in light air to be able to put your bow down and go fast whenever you want it. The other thing that we have to remember here, they're all on port tack. The French will tack first. They're going to be on the starboard tack. They have right of way over the Croatians. So that's, I think what we're going to see here is we're going to see the French tack first, then the Croatians, and then we're going to see if they've given a little bit of room for the Swiss to squeak in there. I don't know. I can't even bet right now. I bet you it's super close.
I think the Swiss might do it. It's going to be risky, but I wonder.
Well, attack is very slow, so those two already did their tacks, and the Swiss have to build an attack into this. But it looks like the Croatians are smart. They're heading right below the mark to not let the Swiss in
Yeah,
there.
the Swiss are going to duck it, aren't they?
Yep,
so
they have to duck both.
Yeah. Yeah, so good call by you, Chris. You called the Croatians.
And see, now the Croatians just headed up. They were heading below that mark just to shut the door on the Swiss.
Round go the Fantella brothers in the lead of this race. They're going straight into a jibe set. You don't often see that with the leader going straight into a jibe set. So they obviously think the course axis has really skewed, or they've seen a gust on the right-hand side. And when the leader goes round, you often see others go straight into the jibe set as well, but no one else is buying that one.
No, not at all. And I think, this is part of it. Look at the traffic that these sailors are going through. Look at that. They have to bob and weave. They're going through the bad air of that whole line of port tackers because there's a lot of the fleet coming there. So I think the Fantellas actually chose the path of least resistance with the more clear air. It's normally not like that. You usually have a lot of starboard tackers, and you have to, you head straight to avoid those starboard tackers.
I think it's a very strange decision, though, because they've jived away. They've immediately created the split. When you're leading a race, you don't want to create the split. You want to sail defensively. You want to herd your nearest rivals in the same direction. Now the French are jibing, so the split isn't going to be too big. The Swiss also jibing, and what's going to work nicely for the Croatians is these two in a little bit of a match race together, and not particularly great jibes either. It's very, very light wind, so the jibe looks like an expensive manoeuvre. So maybe it'll work out okay for the Fantellas, and I just asked myself, why am I second-guessing the Fantellas? Shimei Fantella, 470 world and Olympic champion back in 1996, 2018 world champion in the 49er with his brother Miho, that he's sailing with now, and he is tactically so smart. I just still can't quite understand why they went for the early jibe set, other than the reasons you said, Chris. Less traffic, less bad air.
Yeah. But I think things, when it gets this light, I think the playbook goes right out of the window.
Well, maybe you're right. I still think there is a playbook, but it's getting so light that it's getting to the point of spinnakers on the verge of collapse downwind, and that's when race officers get twitchy. Does it get too light for the race to be able to continue? At the moment, that's not quite a problem. The kites are still managing to set okay. They're not collapsing. And France 95 stretching away a little bit from the Swiss. So the Swiss, who were leading, now in third, still perfectly respectable position for Seb Schneider and Arnaud de Planta, but it's those French that won yesterday afternoon's race. Will they be able to beat the Fantellas and win another race in the late afternoon here in Vilamoura?
And now, Andy, looking at these black sails, what a beautiful view, and it's showing, how that little split for the now second and third place boats gave them a lot of breathing room, because it looks like a lot of boats did that jibe set. and you know they can't tell what people are going to do behind them, but they're in an excellent position right now with clear air. They're going on the tracker, at least they're going a little bit lower than the Fantella brothers, and then they have the Weisner brothers from Spain, who've had their moments of brilliance in this regatta. You know, doing better than Botin and Triddle Paul. You know, their rivals, or you know, their countrymen, and but they're there up on that line with Croatia. And it'll be interesting. I mean, again, it doesn't take much to have a speed difference in this stuff.
No, absolutely not. I mean, just 1 knot of extra wind speed can give you 2 knots of extra boat speed through the water.
Absolutely. And, you know, let's call a spade here. This is not easy sailing. It's hard to keep the breeze in the sail. One thing I'm noticing with these new black sails from North Sails is that they seem to me, maybe I'm wrong, but it seems to me that they're thicker, kind of firmer, lower stretch material. Maybe that was the point of this, to make a sail that lasts longer and keeps its shape longer. But they seem like very thick sails, but they are holding their shape. You just have to really bag them out. Maybe they don't stretch that much.
That would be my impression as well. I don't know if it's the case, but part of the attraction of 3DI is that it's a material that doesn't warp and what's the word? I can't find the right word I'm looking for, but it doesn't change too much under tension. The downside of that might be they're not quite as pliable, as flexible in light winds, but I don't know if that's actually the case. I think it's partly the fact they're black and they just look more solid.
Yeah, exactly. And also the other thing is, like, you know, those wrinkles that we were talking about are showing up more. And but you know, those sails that they had before, the clear sails with the fibers and the mylar film, you know, scrim or whatever they would call it, those did seem like it was kind of like a lighter material, you know, so where the folds would be smaller, as opposed to when you ease the Cunningham off on these, as they are now, at the absolute lowest end and fullest shape that they can have, like an airplane about to land. It makes pretty big wrinkles.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice homing in here on the Fantella brothers. That's the helmsman Shimei Fantella just looking around briefly before he gets back to focusing on the boat speed.
He looked like he had a little smile on his face there too. I mean, these guys have a great attitude. You know, at the Europeans last year in Denmark in August, they had a broken mast. They were working all night on it, eating little bits of food, and they were just whistling along, listening to music. No big deal, no stress.
Yeah, he's been doing this for a long, long time. He's one of the best in the world across the whole sport, in my view. Because he's not from a big sailing nation, he's maybe not as well known as he should be, but Shimei Fantella, for everything he's achieved, is one of the best.
It looks really funny. It looks like, you know, a lot of boats in light hair, when they rake their rigs forward, looks like we call it shooting ducks. No ducks were harmed in that comment, but that the boom looks like it's tilted way up. Maybe they use the boom vang, which is on top of the boom for these boats, or the kicker, as you guys would call it, to hold the boom up and open the leach.
I don't think they have that option. I don't think the Vang is able to pull the boom up. I just think everything is off. The rig, they can't even change the rake on these boats that much, because they have a fixed forestay as well. So the only thing they really can change are the side stays. So you go tighter as it gets stronger.
But it's beautiful right now. I mean, if you looked right there when we were watching it for a little bit, yeah, look at how full and bagged out that full batten sail is. This is all you can do to go fast and lighter. And if you looked on that other side shot, the water was going really smoothly off the back of the boat. And the reason why is because they're sitting way far forward.
Here goes the jibe. Mihoville going round the front of the mast. Shimei going underneath the boom. And relatively good jibe. Managed to get that kite set nicely. And now the moment of truth. Can they get across the front of their nearest rival? That's the French.
The Swiss.
Is it the Swiss?
Yeah.
Okay.
The French have...
They've already jibed off, have they?
Fallen back a little bit.
Okay.
So that should be the...
well, he's across both of them anyway,
yeah,
so they managed to hold on to their lead.
Up, and they're driving behind him. So that was that's Spain 775. So yeah, so they jived right behind him, and here they are coming in the finish. So they're perfect. They just jived on ley line to the committee boat. And what a fantastic race for them. I mean,
2 race wins today. The Fantellas win 2 out of the 3 races. Okay, they don't quite match the Germans in the 49er FX, but to get 2 race wins in those kind of fluky conditions, what an amazing performance by Shimei and Miho Fantella. They're not even that small. I mean, you know, these are big guys, so it's not a weight advantage or anything like that. And even for these guys, winning never gets old.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're happy. They're celebrating. They know how hard it is, every little point.
So let's see I think it was the French that came across in second, the Swiss in third, and the Wisner brothers, the young Wisner brothers, get a fourth place. Another great finish for them. So that would be a big relief for the Fantellas. They've had a pretty up and down championship. I don't know how that's going to leave them placed. They were quite a long way outside the top 10 when I last looked. Let's just see if there's any chance of them being able to get back into the top 10. Yes, it does. I mean, they got a first, a 10th and a first today, and that provisionally, this is provisional, but that puts them in 7th place. So that's been a really good gain by the Fantella brothers today.
Absolutely, and same thing for Seba Schneider and De Planta. They needed a good race to move up, but this fleet is super close. So you pull off like 2 top 10, 2 top 5 finishes in a day, and you're going to move up through the ranks quickly.
And here are the next boats coming across the finish line. New Zealand 45 on the left, that's Logan Dunning-Beck and Oscar Gunn. They are just outside the top 10 right now. They've got one more fleet race tomorrow to try and get in, but at the moment they are in 11th place overall. And Malta just going across the line. They've had a really good regatta this week for a team that only have been sailing together as a team for 2 weeks. So really good performance by them.
Yeah, and they're having a really good time together. People were asking them about if they would switch nations to sail with each other, but for right now they're just learning a lot and having a great time, and and they really are stepping up.
Now, meanwhile, as we see some of the others cross the line, that's USA 31, that's Snow and Agnesi. They've had a good day with 3 results in the top 10. That puts them in 6th place overall. Good for them. Let's just talk about the confirmed finish line results across the line. The Fantella brothers winning ahead of Swiss 2, Schneider and De Planta, ahead of the Wisner brothers, and then Poland's Lukas Cibatek and Jacek Piasecki. I don't remember seeing it like that. I wonder if the French were over the line or something, but I'm sure I saw the French, France 95, cross in 2nd place across the finish line. So I don't know if that is correct or if there's something we don't know, such as the French were disqualified or something like that. But let's just talk about Poland for a moment, because I think Poland 10, we haven't talked much about Buksak and Wisbicki this week. They've just been quietly going on about their business. They've had an 11, a 3 and a 10 today, but it's quite possible that might be enough to launch them into the overall lead.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we've been talking about McCarty and McKenzie, who came in today in the lead, right? Or were leading through today. And we've been talking about them all week. But Buksak and Zabicki, I mean, those guys, we've talked about them before.
Well, we have, but they've not been a name that we talked about very often.
Correct.
But just quietly, 11, a 3 and a 10, not a spectacular day. But McCarty and McKenzie, the McKiwis, they got an 8th, then a 1st. They're currently still finishing the race we're talking about in 23rd. That's 2nd from last. So they just haven't been able to string together that quiet kind of consistency of Poland 10. So we could be looking at a lead change tonight. We're going off air very shortly as we go through the highlights of what we've just seen of the 49ers. Just quickly remind you of what we saw this afternoon. We saw that amazing performance by the FX girls from Germany. Started the day in 15th. Marla Bergman and Hannah Wieler climbed all the way up to 4th place because they did what, Chris Musler?
They got a picket fence today. 1-1-1.
Oh, you've got so many cliches for the triple win, don't you? Anyway, they were the outstanding performers of the day. Meanwhile, we see the top 3 really close up between the 2 Italians and the 1 British team in the Nacra 17. So we have a hell of a showdown for the medal decider tomorrow in the medal race. And then these boys, the Fantellas, Miho and Shime, winning the last race of the afternoon to go with winning the first race of the afternoon. and they climb up into about 7th place. So they are back up into medal race contention tomorrow, and we think that Buksak and Wisbicki from Poland are our new overall leaders in the 49er. From me, Andy Rice, and from him over there, Chris Musler, have a great evening or day wherever you are, and we'll be back to you tomorrow for more racing and the conclusion of the Europeans with the medal races.